Chapter 24:18. Under the attention of so many experts, on this day that was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history, under the intense anticipation of all living beings, the lightning divine hall had actually disappeared. The disappearance of the lightning divine temple caused everyone to be stunned. They did not understand why such a situation would occur. Did the sudden disappearance of the lightning divine temple signify the start of a new battle? Everyone's face was filled with nervousness and worry. The battle that had lasted for too many years had ended. The survivors were also mentally exhausted. No one was willing to start another battle. The bitter battle caused both sides to suffer great losses. That's more like it. Only the Azure Dragon Grand Sage, who was frowning, relaxed after seeing the disappearance of the lightning divine temple. The others looked at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage. The latter said, "Follow me to the Tianwu continent." After the Azure Dragon Grand Sage finished speaking, he broke through the void and brought the few of them in. "Let's go too." At the corresponding location, a group of Grand Sages of the foreign races also broke through the void and followed the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest. The moment the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest arrived at the Tianwu continent, they felt the strong pressure unique to the Lightning Divine Temple. Indeed, the Lightning Divine Temple had appeared here. "Let's go." After that, they followed the pressure and moved forward. "It's really here. Let's go." After the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest disappeared, the Grand Sages of the foreign races arrived. After feeling the same aura, they also followed. At this moment, all the living beings in the Tianwu continent were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the vast aura. Only a few existences knew what this aura represented, and their expressions became rather excited. Because the news of the Lightning Divine Temple's appearance had spread for many months, the foreign races all rushed to the Jianwu continent. They were all waiting to enter the Lightning Divine Temple. As a result, the entire Tianwu continent was abandoned by them. Only the natives of the Tianwu continent and the foreign races who were willing to follow Ziqin were left. At this moment, the sudden appearance of the Lightning Divine Temple in the Tianwu continent shocked them. Their expressions were also very excited. In the southern region, there was a sacred area. Previously, this was a land of barbarians. Resources were extremely scarce. Even the Dan Yuan experts of the mortal realm disdained to stay here. However, with the appearance of Ziqin and the discovery of various resources, the barbarian land had become a sacred land. Not only were there many heaven realm experts here, but there were also saints, sage kings, and great sages. In just a few thousand years, this place had become the core region of the entire Sky Martial continent. At this moment, in this sacred land, in an area that had long since been deserted, the Lightning Divine Hall appeared in the sky above this area. Although the Lightning Divine Palace that had traversed through the continent was still surrounded by lightning, it truly existed. Like a gigantic castle, it slowly descended towards the ground. As the Lightning Divine Hall descended, the void started to distort continuously as the might of lightning spread in all directions. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the other Grand Sages appeared one after another as they stared at the descending Lightning Divine Temple. At this moment, the pressure that was being emitted by the Lightning Divine Hall caused even them to feel stifled. This was a materialized pressure. It was very strong and very dangerous. The forest below silently disintegrated, turning into fine powder that dissipated into the world. It was as if they had been forcefully erased by time, completely disappearing from existence. Within the range of the Lightning Divine Hall's descent, all living things, all the forest, were turned into fine powder and disappeared. The undulating mountain range silently crumbled at this moment, completely disappearing. When everything disappeared, one could seemingly still see a dried-up lake. However, it was currently filled with weeds, and even now the weeds had disappeared. It could be traced back to a few thousand years ago. There were once mountain peaks and mountain ranges here. This place was covered by snow all year round, and was desolate and uninhabited. Occasionally, there would be weak, ferocious beasts. Not far from this place, there was a sect that had been destroyed long ago. It was called the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. However, with the passage of time, all of this had long been forgotten by the people of the world. Even this place had been destroyed due to the continuous battles. That small sect from back then had already been destroyed for thousands of years. However, a few thousand years ago, when that small sect still existed, 2 youths walked out of that sect one day. They were only 15 to 16 years old. Walking in the snow, they arrived at this mountain range. Standing on top of a mountain peak, they looked into the distance. After that, one of the youths fell from the mountain peak, while the other left. The young man who fell from the mountain peak landed in a frozen land. The blood, dripping from his chest, melted the snow and melted the hard ice beneath the snow. It came into contact with something known as Lei Yuan. It was at that moment that fate changed. The youth that was supposed to be dead came back to life. It was as if he had defied the heavens and changed his fate. From then on, his fate changed. In modern terms, a legend began at that moment. In the blink of an eye, a few thousand years had passed. The lightning divine hall's descent seemed to be searching for a certain source. Or perhaps it had gone through a reincarnation and returned to its original starting point. Just what changed everything? Or was it another reincarnation? The descent of the lightning divine hall caused everything in the surroundings to disappear. The mountain peaks disappeared, the vegetation disappeared, and the dried-up lake disappeared. The ground became flat, firm, and smooth. The lightning divine hall slowly descended. Boom! The entire sky, martial continent trembled. The lightning divine hall had completely descended. Its vast aura surged in all directions, as if it was telling the people of the sky martial continent that it had descended. The lightning on the surface of its body flickered dozens of times before completely disappearing. The mysterious lightning divine hall appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a huge hall, or perhaps a castle, or perhaps a grand city. It had gone through the baptism of time. It was simple and unadorned, causing people to feel the vicissitudes of the world. As expected, it has descended. Looking at the lightning divine hall that had dimmed, the azure dragon saint revealed an emotional expression. After that, he glanced at the great sages of the other races in the distance and disappeared. The other great saints all vanished as well. Go and inform the others that the lightning divine hall has descended on the sky martial continent. Quickly gather here. Great Sage Foundation Origin said solemnly. He was the overall commander this time. After that, the group of great sages disappeared. After the 2 groups of great sages left, traces of other cultivators appeared. After seeing the lightning divine hall, their faces were filled with curiosity and shock. After that, the news of the lightning divine hall's appearance quickly spread. When the vast aura appeared in the sky martial continent, Ziqin, who was in the Wuji sect, immediately sensed it. Just as he was about to move, the Xuanwu Grand Sage appeared beside him and said solemnly, "Everything is as the azure dragon predicted. You don't have to go and investigate. This is the lightning divine hall. Shouldn't it appear in the Xuanwu continent?" Ziqin asked curiously. The Xuanwu Grand Sage said, "It should have appeared in the sky martial continent. If I'm not wrong, this is a reincarnation cycle." Ziqin did not understand and asked, "Reincarnation? What reincarnation?" The Xuanwu Grand Sage looked at Ziqin and said solemnly, "It's related to your reincarnation cycle. Or rather, it's related to the reincarnation cycle of the heaven-defying ones." "What's going on?" Ziqin was even more confused. "I'm not too sure about the details. When the azure dragon and the others arrive, you will naturally know. However, I have to remind you that after entering the lightning divine hall, you have to be careful. Remember," the Xuanwu Grand Sage said solemnly. Ziqin nodded his head, indicating that he understood. However, his heart was still filled with confusion. Fortunately, this confusion did not last long. He saw traces of the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the others. Now, all the Grand Sages on the entire Life Star had arrived. There were a total of 7 of them. The Lightning Divine Hall has appeared. Next, we have to wait. The moment he appeared, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage looked at the 2 of them and said, "Wait, shouldn't we go immediately?" Zichen asked. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage shook his head and said, "The opening of the Lightning Divine Hall this time is unusual. Whether it is, as I predicted, we still have to wait for a while." Zichen asked, "What if they go in first?" The Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, "If they go in first, it proves that my guess was wrong. Everyone can only wait. Furthermore, we cannot enter the Lightning Divine Hall." "Why?" Zichen was stunned. "Because there are too many foreign tribesmen and too few of us. If we die in there, we will really die. Hence, we cannot allow any losses on our side. What if your guess is correct?" The Azure Dragon Grand Sage looked at Zichen and said, "If my guess is correct, those foreign tribesmen cannot enter the Lightning Divine Hall. And to open the Lightning Divine Hall, there is only one person in the entire world who can do so." "One person? Who is it?" "It's you." The Azure Dragon Grand Sage said in a deep voice, "You are a heaven-defying being, the only heaven-defying being on the Life Star. You are different from the other heaven-defying beings. You have the fate of the Life Star on your body. The mysterious Lightning Divine Hall, as a product of the Life Star, is also very fond of you. During this period, your preferences will also affect the Lightning Divine Hall." Zichen did not understand and asked, "What do you mean?" The Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, "As the one who opened the door to the Lightning Divine Hall, you are also the only one who can approve of the foreign tribesmen entering the Lightning Divine Hall. Do you still remember when I told you not to give the slots to others? That's what I meant. If I don't give them the slots, they can't enter the Lightning Divine Hall? If that's the case, won't they still have to fight?" Zichen was even more confused. "The factions and individuals that you approve of can enter the Lightning Divine Hall. Those that you do not approve of can also enter. The difference between the two is that the former can enter normally, while the latter, after entering, will be affected by the curse of the Lightning Divine Hall." The Azure Dragon Grand Sage said in a deep voice, "What curse?" "As for the specifics of the curse, we are not sure either. However, we do know that one's battle prowess will be reduced by 10%. This news caused Zichen's face to be filled with shock. Reducing battle prowess by 10%. How terrifying was that curse? Chapter 24:19. Because of the curse of the Thunder Divine Temple, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage sent the Thunder Divine Beast to warn Zichen and reduce the quota. Hearing this news, Zichen was very shocked. Looking at the great sages who had lived for God knows how long, their faces were calm. It was obvious that they had known about this long ago. Zichen looked at the great sages and said, "In that case, once they enter." "That's right. Once those foreign races with the curse enter, it will be time for them to die. Our Life Star can only rely on this to recover some of our disadvantage. And this time our losses are very small, and we can still mobilize many experts. So after entering, we will definitely be able to kill more foreign races and ensure that they will not return." The Azure Dragon Grand Sage said in a deep voice, "After this battle, I believe that the Life Star will have a very long period of peace and stability. During this time, we will not have to worry about the foreign races invading again." "Has this kind of thing happened many times?" Zichen asked. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage shook his head and said, "I have only participated in this kind of battle once. Back then, I was only in the Saint Realm. As for whether it happened before, I am not sure. But after that, it definitely has not happened before." "Only saints? Who's the leader then?" Zichen was clearly very surprised. "The 4 great ancient ancestors." Zichen knew about the 4 great ancient ancestors. They were the 4 strongest existences among the oldest races. Zichen had seen all 4 of them before, but unfortunately they had all died. in front of the four great ancient ancestors, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage, and the rest were all juniors. Zi Chen was silent. Actually, he still had one more important thing to ask, but there was no need to ask. On this life star, there would only be one heaven-defying expert. Only when the previous one died would the next heaven-defying expert appear. It had been many years since the last one. During this time, who knew how many heaven-defying experts had appeared, and among them, some were deliberately killed by the great sages. That time we saw the heaven-defying expert open the Thunder Divine Temple with our own eyes, and then let us in. After entering, we began to deal with the foreign races. The heaven-defying cultivator chose to go deeper. As for what happened after that, we don't know. Even the four ancient ancestors don't know. The Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, after that heaven-defying person went in, he never came out again. After that, the four great ancient ancestors suspected that it was related to the god race, but there was no evidence. So, after you go in, don't wander around. Just follow us. Zicha nodded. He still had one more question to ask, such as the realm of the heaven-defying cultivator. It was best if he didn't know. Once he knew the other party's cultivation level, he believed that Zi Chen would feel even more pressure. Now, all that was left was to wait and see if everything was as the Green Dragon Grand Sage had guessed. It was a new cycle. Following the disappearance of the Lightning Divine Palace, the atmosphere in the Zhan Wu continent became heavy once again. Having lost their target, both sides began to confront each other, and it seemed as though a great battle could break out at any moment. Following that, new news came. The Lightning Divine Hall had appeared in the Sky Martial continent. After that, the outsiders began to gather and head towards the Martial Heaven continent. All of the foreign race army had entered the sacred grounds. They stood outside the Lightning Divine Palace and densely surrounded the entire Lightning Divine Palace. Among them, the weakest was at the Pseudo-Heaven Realm. As for the realms below the Pseudo-Heaven Realm, in this great era where opportunities were everywhere on the life stars, it wasn't difficult to break through. The light on the surface of the Lightning Divine Hall had already been completely retracted. It looked simple and unadorned, but no one dared to underestimate this place. The outsiders waited here for 3 days. During this time, the towering doors of the Lightning Divine Hall did not open. The Grand Sage, who was standing far away, waved his hand. A saint walked out from the crowd and walked towards the main doors of the Divine Hall. Everyone stared at him, quietly waiting to see if he would be able to open the doors. But just as he stepped onto the first step, the doors of the Lightning Divine Hall lit up. A bolt of lightning flew out and landed on the saint's body. PFFF! The saint was suddenly struck by lightning, and he coughed out blood and flew back. Seeing this scene, the outsiders in the surroundings all burst into an uproar. Just a bolt of lightning that flew out from the doors was able to injure a saint. This Lightning Divine Hall was indeed as terrifying as the rumors said. The Grand Sage furrowed his brows, but this scene was not out of his expectations. He used his eyes to signal for the new saint to step forward. This time, 3 saints walked out from the crowd. They walked in 3 different directions and headed towards the Lightning Divine Hall. Just like before they stepped onto the stairs, they did not encounter any danger. But just as they stepped onto the first step, 3 bolts of lightning energy surged out from the doors, sending the 3 saints flying. The 3 saints who were sent flying coughed out blood, their faces filled with shock. Just as the bolt of lightning appeared, they wanted to dodge, but it was as if they were carrying a heavy mountain on their backs. They were unable to dodge at all. The 3 saints walked over and shook their heads in unison, indicating that they were unable to complete the mission. The Grand Sage nodded. Then, a Saint King of the Outsiders walked out from the crowd. As the most mysterious Lightning Divine Hall, everyone had to maintain a respectful heart. Even the great saints were no exception. The Saint King stepped onto the stairs, and a bolt of lightning headed straight for him. With a loud shout, he struck forward with his palm. Boundless Saint King power surged, and a huge materialized palm print struck the bolt of lightning. Boom! The energy trembled, and the bolt of lightning was extinguished. The Saint King took a step onto the stairs, but just as he took a step forward, the closed doors in front of him flashed with blinding lightning. Then, bolts of lightning energy rushed out from within, heading straight for the Saint King. The Saint King clenched his fists and crossed them in front of him. The Saint King power in his body formed layers of defenses in front of him. He wanted to block this attack. Boom! Boom! Endless bolts of lightning exploded. Under the vibrations of the lightning energy, the Saint King's defenses lasted for a moment before they were destroyed. Then, the Saint King's body was sent flying. The surroundings were in an uproar. Clearly, even an existence like the Saint King could not enter the lightning divine hall. And from the looks of it, even if more Saint Kings came, they would not be able to do anything. So, only the great saints could step forward. All the outsiders looked at the few great saints with anticipation. Great Saint Foundation Element nodded lightly, and a great saint beside him walked in. The great saint who walked out had his aura surging, and the light of energy lingering around him. This was the aura and pressure of a great saint. It was extremely terrifying. The expressions of the cultivators who were close to the lightning divine hall changed. Some of them raised their energy defenses, barely blocking the aura of the great saint. There were also some who were too strong and were forced to retreat, unable to resist at all. The great saint walked to the stairs of the lightning divine hall, and the first bolt of lightning arrived. When the surging bolts of lightning were 3 meters away from the great saint, they were silently extinguished. The great saint easily took the first step. Then, more bolts of lightning arrived. The light of energy around the great saint surged, and the space around him was also distorted. When the bolts of lightning approached, they were swallowed by the distorted space, as if they were brought into a different space. The great saint took the second step. On top of the lightning divine hall, lightning flashed. More bolts of lightning arrived, carrying with them a powerful and vast aura. Feeling the powerful might contained within the bolts of lightning, the great saint's indifferent expression became more serious. When he took the first step forward, the light of energy around him became brighter, and the aura of a great saint increased. Boom! 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 The silent confrontation from before turned into intense energy tremors at this moment. The great saint could be seen walking forward step by step amidst the violent bolts of lightning. He was getting closer and closer to the lightning divine hall's entrance. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. At this moment, the strength of the great saint was undeniable. If it was a Saint King or a saint, they would have long been blasted to nothingness by this energy. Finally, under the nervous gazes of everyone, the powerful great saint walked step by step to the entrance of the lightning divine hall. Then he extended his hand, and a terrifying energy surged in his palm and pushed towards the entrance of the lightning divine hall. At this moment, everyone held their breaths, waiting for the great saint to open the lightning divine hall. Buzz! The entrance of the lightning divine hall trembled, emitting a blinding and intense light. 3 days passed very quickly. The azure dragon great sage and the rest waited quietly. In these 3 days, the entrance of the lightning divine hall did not open on its own. And after 3 days, the outsiders decided to open the entrance personally. In the boundless sect, the azure dragon great sage was also quietly waiting for news. Very quickly, new news spread. The outsiders' experts of all levels had tried, but they were unable to open the entrance of the lightning divine hall. Next, the great saint made his move. 2 hours later, news came again. The great saint had failed, as expected. Hearing this news, the azure dragon great sage and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. 1 cycle had passed, and another cycle had arrived. Next, it was time for the Life Star to retaliate. Why were they able to remain intact under the attacks of the outsiders time and time again? This was greatly related to the 4 great ancient ancestors leading the slaughter of the cursed outsiders. However, countless years had passed, and the outsiders had once again become terrifying, and Zichen's appearance had brought about a new cycle. The group of great saints looked at each other and then nodded in unison. At this moment, they had decided that after entering, they must protect Zichen and not let anything happen to him, even if they had to pay with their lives. Since the news has come, we should prepare to leave. The Azure Dragon Great Sage instructed. I'll make the arrangements now. Zichen nodded and said he wanted to gather all the cultivators in the Sky Martial Continent who were qualified to enter. This time, because he knew about the situation of the outsiders, Zichen planned to send cultivators who were at least in the Heaven Realm. Furthermore, because they had the backing of the Star Path, all the Heaven Realm cultivators who entered would have a heavenly weapon in their hands. Other than that, he also wanted to send someone to call Yi Qian. At the same time, the great sage Yin Zhong headed to the Zhanwu continent to gather the experts there. It could be said that this time on the Zhanwu continent and the Tianwu continent, there would not be any cultivators above the Heaven Realm. Everyone would have to enter the Lightning Divine Hall. This was forceful. Chapter 24:20. When Zichen and the rest arrived, the entrance of the Lightning Divine Temple was emitting an intense and blinding light. Endless thunder rumbled between heaven and earth, and the terrifying might of a great sage wreaked havoc everywhere. The crowd dispersed, and the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest came forward. Zichen saw 3 great sages standing at the entrance of the Lightning Divine Temple. They were working together to open the door. Boom! 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 Above the Lightning Divine Temple, lightning flashed and a powerful aura exploded. The 3 great sages were directly sent flying. They who were sent flying were unwilling to give up. They charged forward again, but the result was the same. Zichen watched this scene quietly, not saying a word. The ones leading the team this time were the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest. Everything depended on their arrangements. With the arrival of the experts from the War Martial Continent and the Sky Martial Continent, many more people gathered here. At a glance, one could not see the end of the crowd. They were densely packed and endless. The rest of the outsiders who were near the Lightning Divine Temple quickly moved to the sides, making space for the cultivators from the Life Star. Among the cultivators from the Life Star, there were many outsiders. They all had an agreement with Zichen. The most obvious one was an old man with a walking stick. His face was old, but the aura he emitted was extremely terrifying. He was a half-step great sage. In the past, many people were terrified of him. The Foundation Grand Sage saw the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest. He waved his hand, indicating for the 3 great sages to retreat. The 3 great sages retreated. He looked at the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and asked, Azure Dragon, we have tried for a long time, but we can't open it. Do you have any ideas? The Azure Dragon Grand Sage said in a low voice, It seems like it is very difficult to open. While they were talking, Zichen felt many pairs of cold eyes on him. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw some familiar figures. For example, Dafhil Hua Chung Grand Sage and the rest of the Daofu clan and the Hu clan. They were probably the people who wanted him dead the most. Looking at these cold eyes, Zichen only smiled faintly. Finally, his gaze fell on Dafhil. The grudges between the 2 of them had to be thoroughly settled in this Lightning Divine Hall. Dafhil seemed to have sensed Zichen's thoughts. He looked at Zichen, slowly raised his hand, and slid it across his neck. Do you have any ideas? Great Sage Foundation Origin asked in a low voice. There might be a way, but is that all you have? The Green Dragon Grand Sage looked into the distance. He could not see the end of it. At this moment, the number of alien cultivators had exceeded 1 million. It could be called a sea of people, which was much more than the number of cultivators on the Life Star. That's not enough. Great Sage Foundation Origin said, Look at how many people you have. The Life Star had around 300,000 people, and many of them were from the alien tribes. Although there was a huge difference in the number of people on both sides, this was not the total number of people on both sides. It was believed that there would be more people rushing over in the following time. For example, the other races in the endless star passages or some well-preserved planets on the life stars. I believe you know the danger of the lightning divine hall better than I do. I'm afraid that these people will not be able to survive. The Green Dragon Grand Sage said indifferently. Without a doubt, his words angered the crowd. Many people's eyes were cold. You have even fewer people than us. I don't think anyone will come out. Great Sage Foundation Origin replied, not to be outdone. According to the Green Dragon Grand Sage's original intention, he wanted to wait a little longer. Who knows, other alien tribes might arrive. However, the mood of the alien tribes had become very anxious. He was afraid that if he waited too long, problems would arise. Moreover, with so many experts gathered on this continent, it would be very dangerous if a riot broke out. Therefore, he turned around to look at Zichen and signaled for Zichen to come forward. Seeing Zichen walk out from the crowd, Great Sage Foundation Origin frowned and said, "What is the meaning of this?" Obviously, he also felt that Zichen's aura was not very strong. Opening the Lightning Divine Hall requires skill, not brute force. Great Sage Green Dragon said. Zichen did not say anything and just walked forward. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the focus of millions of people. A person who knew his identity was very surprised. Then he fell into deep thought. However, many people did not know his identity. At this moment, they were very curious as to why the Life Star would send such a person who did not seem very strong. However, when Zichen walked forward, the surroundings became quiet. Everyone was waiting to see whether or not he would be able to open the Lightning Divine Hall. Zichen walked to the front of the Lightning Divine Hall and was about to step onto the stairs. Under normal circumstances, one would encounter a thunderbolt attack here. All the saints would be forced back by this step. Even a Saint King could only take 2 steps. Everyone looked forward and held their breaths. They saw Zichen taking a step forward casually and standing on the first step. Seeing this scene, the alien tribes revealed looks of disbelief. There was no abnormality at all. There were no abnormal changes. Some of the great sages of the alien tribes also frowned. Next, Zichen walked up the stairs step by step. Soon he was standing in front of the door of the Lightning Divine Hall. This scene caused cries of surprise to come from all around. Every alien tribe's face was filled with shock. Nothing. How could there be nothing? Where was the thunderbolt? Where was the thunderbolt that appeared when he was dealing with the great sages? Everything was going so smoothly that it was unbelievable. One must know that this was a place that even Saint Kings could not reach. Even great sages would have to spend a lot of energy to reach the front. Who would have thought that Zichen could reach there so easily? At this moment, the shocked crowd was filled with anticipation. Perhaps he could really open the Lightning Divine Hall. A miracle would really happen. When the frowning Great Sage Foundation Origin and the others saw this scene, their faces revealed looks of shock. It was unknown what they were thinking about. Next, Zichen slowly stretched out his hand. He did not use any energy. As his hands landed on the door of the Lightning Divine Hall, a bright light suddenly exploded from his hands. Then, the door that the 3 great sages could not open was easily opened by Zichen at this moment. The door slowly opened, but Zichen stood there without moving. It was as if he was thinking about something, or perhaps he was thinking about something. Only when the door was completely opened and a path that shone with intense light appeared before his eyes did Zichen regain his senses. Looking at the path, he said, "It's indeed different." The last time he came to the Lightning Divine Hall, he had also entered it. However, the situation was different from the one before his eyes. Compared to today's situation, the Lightning Divine Hall the last time was just playing house with them. Just a moment ago, when he opened the door of the Lightning Divine Hall, Some knowledge regarding the lightning divine hall appeared in his sea of consciousness. Just as the azure dragon great sage had guessed, he was an existence that was favored by the life star. He had the life star's luck and the law's luck. The moment he opened the door, he understood some things about the lightning divine hall. He also understood the relationship between the lightning divine hall and himself, the fate and curse. After opening the door, Zichen turned his head to look at the scene. There were more than 1 million experts here, but it was completely silent. There was not a single sound. It was as if even the sound of breathing had stopped. A few great sages of the foreign races had tried for half a month to no avail. They did not expect that a single person would be able to open the door so easily. After opening the door, Zichen did not enter. Instead, he turned around and walked down the stairs. Looking at the crowd on his side, he said, "It's time to fulfill the promise I made to you. You guys go in first." These words were said to the foreign races from the Star Path who had an agreement with Zichen. In the previous battle, their contributions could not go unnoticed. After Zichen finished speaking, many foreign races walked out from behind the azure, dragon great sage, and the rest. Some of them were in the heavenly realm, some are saints, and some were saint kings. They walked forward and looked at Zichen gratefully. Then they turned their heads to look at the passageway at the entrance of the lightning divine hall. Their faces were filled with excitement. They walked forward in an orderly manner. There were still many people following behind them. "Charge! Hurry up and go in! Hurry up and go! The chance to become gods, we're here!" At this moment, such a voice suddenly came from the foreign races' side. Then there were foreign races who rushed forward without a care for anything. The people gathered at the front were stunned. Then anger appeared on their faces. To this, Zichen waved his hand at them, indicating for them to wait for a moment. Then he turned around and looked at the people who were rushing over. Just as everyone thought that Zichen was going to stop them, they saw Zichen retreating and opening a path for them. "At least you know what's good for you." A foreign race saint snorted coldly. He kept the weapon in his hand and rushed towards the lightning divine hall. As the door of the lightning divine hall opened, everything returned to normal. There were no more lightning flashes. All of the foreign races that were charging over had all entered the lightning divine palace. With a flash of light, the figures of these people disappeared. As this group of people successfully entered, it caused a huge commotion. The millions of foreign races rushed towards them as if they had gone mad. "You guys retreat first. Enter later." Zichen's figure flew towards the green dragon great sage and the rest. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to them to retreat. They had followed Zichen for quite some time and contributed a lot to the Life Star. They trusted Zichen very much. Therefore, they retreated one after another. Moreover, these great sages had not entered yet. They were not in a hurry. Actually, even if they were in a hurry, there was nothing they could do. With millions of foreign race experts rushing forward, even these great sages could not stop them. Zichen, who was retreating, revealed a cold smile. This was the effect he wanted to see. His gaze coldly swept across the foreign races who were rushing forward. His expression was cold. Chapter 24-21. The lightning divine palace was very dangerous, but it also represented opportunity. Not only was there the opportunity to become a sage, sage king, and great sage, there was also the opportunity to become a god. With such an opportunity right in front of their eyes, no one could ignore it, and no one could remain calm. At this moment, the millions of foreign races lost their respect for the great sages of the foreign races and charged in without any hesitation. Facing the charge of the million-strong army, no one could stop it, and no one tried to stop it. Zichen retreated. Behind him, the outsiders who had an agreement with him were all enraged. They should have been the ones to get this opportunity first. Of course, this anger was not directed at Zichen, but at the million foreign races. The green dragon grand sage and the rest walked to the front. They looked like they were watching the million-strong army enter the lightning divine palace. but in reality, they were protecting Zichen. At the same time, the Green Dragon Grand Sage glanced at Zichen. Zichen nodded his head and did not speak, but his eyes said everything. The Green Dragon Grand Sage also nodded his head and then remained silent. For a 1,000,000-strong army to enter the same passage, other than a huge commotion, it would also take a long time. Everyone could only wait slowly. As they waited, the Grand Sage of the Foundation era and the rest frowned. Their gazes would occasionally look at Zichen, and no one knew what they were thinking. The 1,000,000-strong army of the foreign races, but not everyone was charging forward without any hesitation, ignoring the great sages of the foreign races. Many of the foreign races near the few great sages did not move, and on the side of the Star Road, the three forces did not move either. Zichen raised his head and looked at the lightning divine palace. In the eyes of everyone, this was a simple and unadorned palace, and a mysterious palace. However, in Zichen's eyes, this palace was emitting light, and the light was getting stronger and stronger, and gradually became a little blinding. This light represented the light of energy, the light of the natural laws, and also the light of fate. Every time a foreign race person entered the lightning divine palace, the palace would become a little brighter. That was because a portion of the energy and fate in their bodies had been forcefully extracted and condensed in the lightning divine palace. Without this portion of energy and fate, other than a decrease in their battle strength, they would also lose the corresponding opportunity. Otherwise, they would be cursed. This was a scene that only Zichen could see. No one else could see it except for him. It was equivalent to every single one of the foreign races that had entered the lightning divine palace right now, and every single one of them had received a curse upon entering the lightning divine palace. Just like that, the 1,000,000-strong army entered. Those who remained were those who had certain concerns and rules. They stood still, or rather, they were waiting for something. Seeing that these people were no longer going in, Zichen turned to look at the alien races and said in a deep voice, "According to our agreement, you can go in now." As his voice rang out, a ray of light shot out from the lightning divine palace. It was a bolt of lightning that exploded above everyone's heads. It turned into tiny lightning balls that landed on their bodies and disappeared. The group of foreign beings didn't understand what was going on, but they didn't sense anything out of the ordinary, so they nodded gratefully at Zichen before walking forward. This battle had been going on for dozens of years, and many other races had come out from the Star Road. They had all entered the lightning divine palace, one after another. As for how many of them would be able to return alive after obtaining the opportunity, this was an unknown. Since they had all fought side by side before, Zichen wasn't worried that these people would suddenly betray him and attack the people on the Life Star after entering the lightning divine palace. When these people entered, the group of foreign races in the distance remained silent. Over at the Jiatu family side, the silent Jetachishing was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking about. These foreign races that had an agreement with Zichen walked in. After stopping for a moment and not seeing any other foreign races entering, Zichen turned to look at the Jiatu family side and said in a deep voice, "Jiatu family!" At this moment, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the Jiatu family side. Jiatu Huangtu waved at Zichen, while Jiatu Qixing cupped his fists towards Zichen. "According to our agreement, your people can enter. Now, let all of your people step out," said Zichen. "What bullshit agreement? The lightning divine palace is right in front of you. What qualifications do you have to stop others from entering?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Daf Hill walked out of the crowd and coldly stared at Zichen. Zichen looked at Daf Hill and said, "Don't be impatient. It's not your turn yet." Daf Hill said with a mocking face, "What? You really think that the lightning divine palace is your home? Let me tell you, if we want to enter, no one can stop us." "Is that so?" A smile flashed across Zichen's face. "Of course," said Daf Hill. Zichen turned to look at the Huate family side and said, "Huate family, do you have anything to say?" "Idiot, what does it have to do with us? Don't tell me you want to stop us from entering," said a young saint from the Huate family with a mocking face. Zichen nodded and said, "That's exactly what I want." "Do you really think that the Lightning Divine Palace is your home? Do you really think that you are an idiot? If we want to enter, who can stop us?" Clearly, the Huete family didn't care about Zichen's words at all. At this moment, Zichen pointed to the front and said in a deep voice, "In my name, Zichen, I hereby declare that the Huate family and Da family are forbidden from entering the Lightning Divine Palace." "Are you crazy?" Da Hill said coldly. "If I want to enter, who can stop me?" After saying that, Da Hill walked forward alone until he arrived in front of the Lightning Divine Palace and stood in front of the passage. With just one step, he would be able to enter. Regarding this, Zichen didn't say anything. From the top of the Lightning Divine Palace, a ray of lightning flew out. That ray of light surged with some kind of power of law. It appeared above the Da family and the Huate family and exploded. The energy from the explosion turned into specks of lightning and slowly scattered down, landing on the cultivators of the two families. At this moment, in Zichen's eyes, the radiance of the Lightning Divine Palace, which was emitting a bright light, dimmed by at least a fifth, including Da Hill, who was standing in front of the passage. Everyone from the Da family and the Huete family were affected by the light. However, just like the foreign races earlier, these people didn't feel anything wrong with their bodies. However, no one thought that this would be a useless action. That was because Zichen wasn't clear about the total number of people from the Huate family and the Da family. However, the ray of lightning energy that flew out earlier landed on everyone from the two families without any deviation. Thinking back to the scene when Zichen opened the Lightning Divine Palace, many of the foreign races' faces were filled with shock. Trying to mystify things. "I don't believe that you can stop me from entering." Da Hill snorted coldly. He didn't believe it and took a step forward. In the end, his figure flashed and disappeared. He actually went in. Laughter came from all around. Obviously, they all thought that Zichen was trying to mystify things. "Let's go," Supreme Sage Huacheng said from the Da family side. After that, the group of people from the Da family walked forward. Before leaving, Supreme Sage Huacheng greeted Supreme Sage Foundational and the others. After that, these people also walked in very smoothly. During this time, they did not encounter any obstructions. Zichen quietly looked at the scene. Following the entry of the Da family's cultivators, the light in the Lightning Divine Palace didn't increase. Not only that, the lightning energy that appeared earlier had caused the light in the Lightning Divine Palace to dim by close to 1/5. Trying to mystify things. When the cultivators from the Huate family saw this scene, they looked at Zichen with ridicule and entered the Lightning Divine Palace as well. The Jiatu family didn't move. They were still standing there. They understood Zichen very well. They knew that Zichen wouldn't joke around like this. Furthermore, the lightning that exploded earlier was too accurate. It actually found the people from the two great families in an instant. Furthermore, it didn't miss a single one. Zichen looked towards the Jiatu family. Jiatu Qixing shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to enter for the time being. Zichen turned his head and looked at the great sages of the foreign races. He continued, "In my name, Zichen, stop all the great sages of the foreign races from entering the Lightning Divine Palace." After saying that, another lightning bolt flew out from the top of the Lightning Divine Palace. This light exploded in midair and turned into dozens of lightning sparks flying in all directions. When the Azure, Dragon Great Sage, and the others saw these dozens of light sparks, their expressions changed. Clearly, each of these light sparks represented a great sage. This time, there were actually so many great sages hidden among the foreign races. One of the light sparks landed on the Jiatu family side, landing on an ordinary-looking old man. After that, the disciples of the Jiatu family beside the old man were shocked. The bright, lightning divine palace dimmed once again. Just like before, 1/5 of the energy had disappeared. The The remaining energy was only 3/5. Azure Dragon, what's the meaning of this? Great Sage Foundation, Origin, stared at the Azure Dragon in front of him. This child has a straightforward personality. He can't stand you guys playing tricks and hiding your heads. What are you guys planning to do in the Lightning Divine Palace? Dozens of great sages. You guys sure have hidden yourselves well. The Azure Dragon Great Sage replied coldly, Cut the crap. What are you guys scheming? The Great Sage Foundation, Origin, frowned. We have many schemes. For example, killing the few of you. If you're afraid, then go home. The Azure Dragon Great Sage said with a cold smile, If you want to kill us, then let's see if you have the ability. Let's go. The Great Sage Foundation, Origin, wasn't willing to stay here any longer. With a command, other than the Jadu family who was still waiting outside, the others, including the dozens of great sages, all entered the Lightning Divine Palace. Everyone entered, proving once again that Zi Chen's actions were like a joke. However, no one felt that it was really a joke. After all the foreign races left, Zi Chen looked at the Jatu family. Jatu Qixing shook his head again. Chapter 24-22. Barbaric Dragon, Devil Ape, Evil Good Monk, Thunder Dragon, Thunder Spirit, Flying Divine Tiger, Dragon Tiger, step forward. Golden Rock, Black Dragon, 5 Elements, step forward. Wu Shuang, Heaven Devouring Wolf, step forward. Perfect Form, step forward. Zhang Haotian, step forward. Zi Chen stood in front of the cultivators on the Life Star as he called out the names one by one. As these names were called out, many figures flew over from behind and quickly arrived in front of the crowd, standing behind Zi Chen. Su Mengyao, step forward. Sheng Guanyu, Wang Xian, step forward. Lu Peng, step forward. Chen Feng, Sun Ling, step forward. Qin Feng, step forward. Lin Shui, step forward. Zi Chen called out the names of dozens of cultivators in succession. These people all had great reputations on the Life Star. Other than their reputations, they were all extremely rare geniuses with tyrannical battle prowess. Those who were called out by Zi Chen all stepped forward. Among them, the surprising one was Thunder Spirit, who had disappeared for a long time. He was Zi Chen's second disciple and had a great relationship with the Thunder Divine Palace. As for Lei Long, he was the spirit of the Thunder Dragon, and his status was equal to Thunder Spirit. He had once entered a different space-time and returned from a great battle. He also had a great relationship with the Thunder Divine Palace. Other than that, those who were called out by Zi Chen were all related to him and were his comrades. These people stood behind Zi Chen, and Zi Chen's back was facing them. He looked at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in front of him and said, Those genius saints who think they are comparable to them, step forward. In this great battle, Zi Chen was only sending talents and did not directly participate in the battle. Therefore, he was not clear about the rising stars. At this moment, the so-called genius saints were obviously powerful and had broken through to the saint realm with their own strength, not with saint crystals. In the crowd, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Zi Chen was going to do. Is there no more? It doesn't matter if you think your talent isn't weaker than theirs, but you have to be a saint. Zi Chen's voice sounded again. After 3 breaths of time, a black light appeared in the crowd. The black light carried a clear, murderous aura. He flew through the air and landed behind Zi Chen. After that, he remained silent. Not only was he a saint, but he was also a saint from the Heavenly Kill Alliance who specialized in assassination. Because of Zi Chen, the Heavenly Kill Alliance had been able to unite with the other forces. This time, they had also received recognition. Glancing at the other party, Zi Chen nodded and said, Is there anyone else? My time is limited. We're going too. At this moment, another 4 beams of light shot out from the crowd. For people flew towards them. There were 3 men and 1 woman. They looked very young. After seeing these 4 people, Zi Chen frowned slightly because the aura around them was not stable. They could barely be considered saints. Seeing Zichen frown, the woman among the four looked a little nervous. She was extremely beautiful and had a soft aura. There was a hazy light flashing on her body, and she looked somewhat similar to Shangguan Yu. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Zichen. Among the other three men, one of them had starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. He looked straight at Zichen, his eyes full of confidence. He was just short of saying that he was a genius. As for the other two, one was blazing like fire, while the other was as violent as thunder. They did not look like good people. Not only did the two of them look at Zichen, they even looked at Zichen with hostility. The blazing young man looked straight at Zichen and said, "What are you looking at? Are we geniuses?" The violent young man said, "That's right. If you're not convinced, find a few to spar with us. Although we are not all saints, our battle strength is very strong." In Zichen's eyes, the bodies of the four young people were flashing with dazzling brilliance. This brilliance was extremely bright, to the point that they did not seem to need the support of the lightning divine hall's energy to obtain an extremely great opportunity and increase their fighting strength. The four of them had different personalities and auras. However, Zichen could see the energy attributes of their bodies: sun, moon, star, lightning. The moment he saw the four of them, he couldn't help but think of the scene when he was exploring the star path. A sentence appeared in his mind: "Death is not the end, it's just the beginning." In his mind, he recalled the four powerful ancient ancestors. For a moment, he was stunned. "Is it you guys?" Zichen looked at the four of them, his eyes a little wet. The green dragon Grand Sage and the rest seemed to have sensed it. After looking at the four of them, their expressions changed. "The four of you follow me after entering," Zichen said in a deep voice. "Why do you say that? Are we qualified to supervise you?" The lightning young man said, unconvinced. Zichen ignored him. He was a little sad now, but there was also an indescribable happiness. With his back facing the four of them, he said, "Xingchen, lightning, brilliant, bright moon, I'll leave it to the four of you." "Don't worry." The voices of the four people came from behind. At this moment, their emotions were no less than Zichen's. "Who else?" Zichen's expression returned to normal as he asked in a deep voice. After that, more people flew out from the crowd. This time there were more people. There were 5 people chosen by the 5 Elements aristocratic family. Perhaps their talent was not as good as one of the 5 Elements, but they were the top rising stars of the 5 Elements aristocratic family. As for the previous geniuses, other than those who were killed by Zichen, the rest had all died in battle. Moreover, these rising stars were all extremely talented. Apart from that, one person from the Luo family also came out. There were also a few other great forces that chose the most talented saints. Very quickly, there were more than 200 people behind Zichen. These people were all saints, young genius saints. Zichen turned around, looked at them, and said, "In my name, Zichen, I allow you to enter the Lightning Divine Palace to search for the opportunities that belong to you." After he finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the Lightning Divine Palace. This ray of light exploded above the heads of the crowd, turning into sparks of lightning that landed on their bodies. All of this was seen by the Jiatu aristocratic family. Clearly, Zichen's words were different. The first time he stopped them, and this time he allowed them. However, other than this difference, they could not see any other differences for now. The eyes of the green dragon Grand Sage and the rest were filled with astonishment, because this scene did not appear in the past. At this moment, they also did not know whether Zichen was putting on an act, or if he really meant it. The possibility of the latter was very high, because Zichen did not need to show off in front of his own people at this moment. As for the remaining Jiatu aristocratic family, they were not enemies. As the ray of light descended, these people still stood there. Clearly, without the orders of the great saints, they could not enter the Lightning Divine Palace for now. Zichen turned around, looked at the great saints, and said, In my name, Zichen, I allow all the great saints of the Life Star to enter the Lightning Divine Palace. From the top of the Lightning Divine Palace, another ray of lightning flew out. That ray of light exploded, turning into dozens of sparks of light that scattered. Among them, 9 sparks of light landed in front of Zichen. The remaining sparks of light scattered and flew into the distance. Some even disappeared into the void, entering different spaces. This scene was very surprising. The faces of the cultivators were filled with shock and excitement. Clearly, on this life star, there were quite a number of native great saints. Zichen was also very surprised. He thought that there were only a few great saints on a life star, but these sparks of light had already explained everything. At this moment, less than 2/5 of the million rays of light of providence that the Lightning Divine Palace had just gathered were left. The great saints of both sides and the 2 great families had used up 3/5 of their providence. These 200+ genius saints had taken up less than 1/5. Among them, there was even a ray of energy that landed on Yiqian. Perhaps due to Yiqian's identity, the consumption was quite large. Following that, Zichen turned around, looked at the Jiatu aristocratic family, and said, "According to the previous agreement, you can enter the Lightning Divine Palace." This time, it was not in Zichen's name. It was allowed, but not allowed. Although there was a difference, that ray of light still came and exploded, landing on everyone's bodies. The consumption of energy was not small, and the Lightning Divine Palace became no longer bright. "You can enter now." Zichen looked at the people from the Jiatu aristocratic family and said, "Many thanks." After Jiatu Qixing cupped his fists towards Zichen, the group of people from the Jiatu aristocratic family walked in. After they entered, Zichen looked at the Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others and said, "Everyone can enter now. We'll go first." The 9 great saints led the way in the front, while the others followed behind. Zichen's figure soared into the sky and shouted towards the void, "All cultivators of the life stars, listen up! The Lightning Divine Palace has already been fully opened. Those above the pseudo-heaven realm who wish to enter the Lightning Divine Palace can do so later. However, before you enter, you must remember that there must be a foreign race of the same level who enters first." His words seemed to be imprinted in the laws of heaven and earth, reverberating everywhere. Not only did it spread across the Sky Martial continent, it even reverberated in the Zhanwu continent and other continents on the life stars. This was the first time Zichen used the power of laws that a heaven defier could control. Borrowing the laws of the Lightning Divine Palace, he transmitted his voice to the entire life star. "I was wondering who had awakened me. So it's the Lightning Divine Palace that has been opened. Is it the end of a cycle?" On a mysterious planet, an ancient voice rang out. After that, the earth split open, and an imposing figure walked out. This figure emitted the aura of a great saint. However, this aura was not stable. This was a great saint who was recuperating from his injuries. It was unknown how many years he had been in a deep slumber. He was awakened by a mysterious light, and then he heard Zichen's transmission using the laws of heaven and earth. At the same time, a similar situation occurred in other places. Those balls of light that entered the space-time awoke the slumbering great saints, urging them to come to the Lightning Divine Palace. After saying that, Zichen turned around and entered the Lightning Divine Palace. After that, the large group entered. Every time one person entered, the Lightning Divine Palace that was shining brightly in Zichen's eyes would dim a little. Chapter 24-23. With the opening of the Lightning Divine Palace, the million foreign races lost control and took the lead to charge into the Lightning Divine Palace. The instant they entered the Lightning Divine Palace, it was as though they had entered a majestic city with buildings appearing all around them. These buildings flickered with lightning, emitting an intense pressure. This was a group of buildings, and there were a lot of them. Looking at them, there were no less than 10,000 buildings. Rays of light flickered, and foreign race cultivators appeared in various places, just as they stabilized their bodies, before they could check their surroundings to see if there were any abnormalities. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. On their bodies, a ray of energy was forcefully sucked away, flying towards the sky. Above the sky, there was a whirlpool of lightning revolving around it. The whirlpool of lightning was extremely large, completely enveloping this huge city. What's going on? My energy is decreasing. Mine too. Mine has decreased by a full 10%. Damn it, my energy is continuously decreasing. Similar cries of surprise rang out unceasingly. All of the foreign races that entered this place had their energy reduced by 10%. Not only did they lose 10% of their energy, they also gave people a feeling of weakness. Just as they arrived, a similar situation occurred. This caused many of the foreign races to feel hesitant and uneasy in their hearts. Whatever, the opportunity is right in front of us. Let's go. Among them, there were also some who did not care about anything else, wholeheartedly aiming for the opportunity. They flew forward with the opportunity as their goal. Among them, there were also some who had their eyes on the nearby buildings. To the mysterious Lightning Divine Palace, there might be some unexpected surprises here. Thus, they turned around and rushed towards those buildings, vigorously attacking the doors of those buildings. Boom! Following the violent surge of energy, the doors of those buildings were forcefully destroyed. Lightning flickered within, as though lightning snakes were surging. The lightning was exceptionally glaring, and everyone could only quietly wait for it to disperse. As the lightning dispersed, the insides of the buildings were completely revealed. Some were empty, while some were soldiers wearing battle armor. These soldiers were all powerful and had extraordinary battle prowess. They held onto their weapons and charged out. After an intense battle, the figures of these soldiers would disappear into thin air, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Other than the soldiers, they did not find anything valuable in these buildings. After paying a huge price, they began to advance towards the depths, no longer caring about these buildings. Along the way, because too many soldiers had charged out, they were still suffering losses. Those non-humankind beings who had an agreement with Zichen walked in. After arriving, they didn't sense anything unusual, nor did they know what was going on. The pressure of this place made them fearful, and the huge vortex above their heads made their hearts palpitate. As they were a little later than the others, they advanced at full speed for fear of missing out on the opportunity. Later on, when they heard the exclamations about the loss of energy, they understood everything. Immediately, their faces were filled with surprise and gratitude. Clearly, they were unharmed because of Zichen's words, and also because of the ball of lightning that fell from above their heads. By the time Daf Hill entered, the place was already filled with battle cries. His face was filled with a smug sneer. "You want to stop me?" "Humph!" His proud laughter had yet to completely fade when his expression underwent a drastic change. The energy within his body was rapidly flowing away. "What's going on?" He looked around and didn't find anything unusual, but the energy in his body was still flowing away. In addition, the vitality in his body was also flowing away. He looked around in panic, then saw the huge lightning vortex above his head. He could feel that the energy and vitality that had disappeared was being absorbed by this vortex. "Damn it, what's going on?" His expression was extremely ugly. The energy in his body was crazily surging, and he didn't hesitate to use the heavenly god's bone. During this time, he tried many methods, but still couldn't stop the loss of energy and vitality. This situation continued until 20% of the energy and vitality in his body was gone. This was a permanent loss, not a temporary loss. "What's going on?" Daf Hill was very depressed that he had suffered losses just after arriving here. At this time, the other members of the Daf family appeared. Their situation was exactly the same as Daf Hill's. 20% of the energy and vitality in their body was gone. They were at a loss, not knowing what was going on. "Damn it, if I didn't lose 10% of my energy, how could I lose to you?" At this time, a shrill scream came from afar. It was a heaven realm expert who was pierced through by a soldier. The cultivators from the Doff family heard this, and their expressions immediately turned ugly. Their opponent had only lost 10% of his energy, but they had lost 20%. Zichen, it must be Zichen. In an instant, they thought of Zichen's words and guessed the reason for this abnormality. Then they released their spiritual thoughts and spread it around. Then the cultivators of the Huote family who appeared here also experienced the same thing. Everyone's energy in their body had been reduced by 20%. For a moment, they hated Zichen very much. 20% of their energy and vitality was too great a loss. Following this, the great saints of the other tribes and the other tribes entered this place. After these great sages entered, 20% of the energy in their bodies disappeared. This was an unimaginable blow to them. What's going on? 10% of my energy is gone. What's sucking my energy away? Damn it, my energy is disappearing. After the great saints of the other tribes, such exclamations came from the surroundings. It was the ordinary other tribes who lost 10% of their energy. The disappearing energy turned into balls of light and entered the vortex above their heads. These great sages naturally heard the exclamations around them, which made their faces turn very ugly. It was obvious that the disappearance of 20% of the energy was due to what Zichen had said back then. Damn it, to think that such a thing would happen. Pass down the order. Don't let everyone get separated. Great Saint Foundation said coldly, losing 20% of their energy for no reason was equivalent to losing 20% of their combat strength. This was undoubtedly a huge loss for these great saints who were evenly matched. Moreover, this was the lightning divine palace, which was full of danger. Naturally, they couldn't be careless. The next to appear was the Jetu family. After they appeared, they didn't lose anything because of their agreement with Zichen. Regarding this, Jetu Qixing exclaimed that he had profited greatly from the deal with Zichen. As for the other people from the Jetu family, they nodded one after another, especially the elders who had opposed this deal. At this moment, they were incomparably ashamed. The only thing that made them a little uncomfortable was that their great saints had lost 10% of their combat strength. This was because the Jetu family had chosen not to enter, and then Zichen had informed all the other tribe great saints that they were forbidden from entering the lightning divine palace. This naturally included the great saints of the Jetu family. After that, Zichen had acknowledged them again, but they still lost 10% of their combat strength. However, compared to the other great saints, the great saints of the Jetu family were undoubtedly lucky. If Jetu Qixing hadn't delayed for a while, they would be even luckier. This could only be said to be a pity. As the cultivators on the Life Star, they were the last to appear. After they appeared, rays of light fell from the vortex above their heads. These rays of light targeted everyone, and a ray of light fell on each of them. As these rays of light fell, their combat strength and vitality directly increased by 10%. Among them, the more than 200 existences that Zichen had specifically named, as well as the great saints, had their energy and vitality increased by 20%. After feeling his own strength, the Black Tortoise Great Sage couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable! Truly unbelievable!" The other great saints nodded one after another, their faces full of surprise. Back then, that heaven-defying great saint didn't do such a thing. Zichen, you are indeed not an ordinary heaven-defying great saint, the Green Dragon Great Sage exclaimed. They all had such obvious changes, so what would Zichen, the heaven-defying great saint who was favored by the heavens, do? Everyone looked at Zichen, their faces full of anticipation. My strength has increased by 30%. Zichen felt his body and said, "This way, if other tribe outsiders enter this place, my strength will increase greatly." If Zichen didn't use those rays of light, his strength might increase by 2 times. However, Zi-Chun chose to share the energy instead of monopolizing the increase in strength. Looking around, Zi-Chun sized up the Lightning Divine Palace. Previously, he had come to the Lightning Divine Palace. However, at that time, the Lightning Divine Palace was just a large hall. When he entered, he suffered a great loss. Of course, the loss back then was just a joke in today's eyes. Compared to the Lightning Divine Palace in front of him, the Lightning Divine Palace back then was more like a game played by the Lightning Divine Palace and the cultivators on the Life Star. Back then, there was an expert who predicted that the time wasn't right, and that the next time would be the beginning of the heaven-defying battle. Was it this time? As far as the eye could see, there were many buildings here. Soldiers wearing battle armor could be seen emerging from these buildings, fighting against the foreign races. These soldiers were very strong. After killing some of the other tribe outsiders, their figures disappeared into thin air. Under the perception of Zi-Chen's powerful spiritual sense, he found that the number of other tribe outsiders killed by these soldiers was the same. It was as if there was some kind of target, and after killing a certain number, they would disappear. At the same time, the corpses of the other tribe outsiders that died would quickly decompose, turning into energy and dissipating. Even the saint cores in their bodies were decomposed. His spiritual sense continued to extend, and he found that this place was a huge city and not just a simple Lightning Divine Palace. Just like the Lightning Divine Palace back then, which had been magnified countless times out of thin air. This was merely the beginning. They had yet to reach the direction of the first level of the palace, and they had yet to meet that guardian expert who was wearing battle armor and holding a heaven-defying artifact. Chapter 24:24. Zi-Chun saw Dov Hill. He was with Supreme Sage Hua Cheng and the other cultivators of the Dov clan. He sensed with his spiritual sense that Dov Hill's aura had weakened by 20%, and so did Supreme Sage Hua Cheng. Dov Hill did not know that Zi-Chun had found him, nor could he sense that Zi-Chen's spiritual sense was beside him. He was flying forward with Supreme Sage Hua Cheng and the others. Zi-Chen's spiritual sense continued to spread and found Xingqian. He then transmitted his voice to Xingqian. Xingqian, go to the southeast. His spiritual sense sounded in the consciousness of a young man. Stay where you are. He could use some of the power of laws, so his spiritual sense was infinitely magnified. He sensed one person after another. Lei Ting, go 30 miles to the north. Guangyao, go 10 miles to the south. Monk, go north. Mengyao, stay there. I'll go find you. Mingyue, go straight to the left. Zi-Chen's spiritual sense controlled the situation and arranged for everyone to gather. Xingqian and the others went to find the 4 young men, while Monk and the others walked toward him. Zi-Chen found a few supreme sages and began to transmit his voice to them. Once they gathered, they would be able to surround and kill Dov Hill. As for the others, they had limited energy, so they could only move forward and look for opportunities. Soon, everyone gathered and began to move forward. Wherever they passed, they saw battles between the existences on the life stars and the alien tribes. One side was suppressed by energy, while the other side had the advantage. This was an unequal battle, and the results were usually predictable. A battle that concerned the future of the life star was about to happen. Saints against saints, heaven realm against heaven realm, saint king against saint king, all kinds of life and death battles were going on. Of course, there were also battles between saint kings and saints, heaven realm against pseudo-heaven realm, and saint realm against heaven realm. The alien tribes had the advantage in numbers. Thus, the existences from the life stars didn't need to consider the issue of morality. Since it concerned his future, it was fine to bully him. Zi-Chen, Tyrant, the Devil Ape, and the other great saints gathered together. As they moved forward, the Devil Ape's figure flickered constantly as he slaughtered one alien race after another whose energy had been weakened. Among them, there were also heaven realm cultivators. For a saint king to deal with a heaven realm cultivator was a bit too much. However, in times of emergency, They had to do something extraordinary. Furthermore, the few great sages had clearly stated that even if all of them were to die in battle within the lightning divine palace, they would definitely not allow those foreign races whose energy had been weakened to leave this place alive. He believed that after this trip to the Thunder God Temple, whether it was the Life Star, the endless starry sky, or the star path structure, it would change again. Along the way, Zi-Chun did not make a move because it was not his turn. The people around him were all experts in killing. His goal was clear: to kill Hill and obtain the complete heavenly god's bone. As they moved forward, Zi-Chen discovered that after the battle ended, no one was able to obtain any loot. A dead cultivator's body would quickly disintegrate. Not only would the body disintegrate, but even the indestructible heavenly soldiers would be disintegrated into energy and disappear. At the end of this level, the entrance to the second level of the palace appeared. Here, lightning flashed, and many foreign races had already gathered at the entrance. On this level, they had suffered great losses, but they did not obtain any opportunities. Thus, they could only head to the next level. Great Sage Foundation Element stood at the entrance, energy surging around his body as he struck a palm towards the lightning door. A huge palm print, emitting a terrifying aura, moved forward. Everywhere it passed, the void distorted, forming a strong wave that spread out in all directions. Boom! The energy vibrated, and the palm print exploded, turning into a destructive force that landed on the door. The lightning on the door was extinguished, and the ancient door slowly opened. It opened. Seeing such a scene, everyone's face was filled with surprise. They had originally guessed that it would be very troublesome. The door to the second level opened, and a bright light surged from within, making it impossible to see what was inside. Let's go! The group of great sages did not hesitate and took the lead to walk in, followed by the other foreign races. What's going on? Zi-Chen Spiritual saw the scene at the entrance of the second level, and he was shocked. What's wrong? Great Sage Green Dragon noticed Zi-Chen's abnormality. The entrance to the second level has been opened, but the guardian with the heaven-defying weapon did not appear. Zi-Chen frowned. Of course, he would not forget that guardian. Back then, he had killed many pseudo-celestials with a single strike, but he did not kill him. Instead, he gave him an opportunity. Let's go take a look. The group quickened their pace and walked forward. At the entrance to the second level, Hill, who was about to enter, seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and saw Zi-Chen in a flash of light. He smiled coldly at Zi-Chen and put his hand over his neck, turned around, and entered the second level. Zi-Chen saw this from afar and felt very regretful. He did not expect to let him escape just like that. Looking at the open entrance, the great sage Green Dragon said, "It's opened. Let's go." The others nodded and entered the second level. Entering the second level, it was bright, as if they had entered a strange space. The feeling of being on solid ground appeared. Zi-Chen found himself standing in front of a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 2 rows of statue guards. This was an ordinary hall that looked like the Lightning Divine Hall. There was only one hall around, and there was no path behind him. He could only go forward. He stepped on the stairs and saw that the guards on both sides of the statue had come to life. They gripped their weapons tightly and turned to stare at him indifferently. He did not stop and continued to walk forward. These guards attacked him, and sharp blades went straight for his body. Zi-Chen continued to walk forward. The energy around him rippled, and the guards were all sent flying along with their weapons. As they were sent flying, their bodies dissipated like smoke. Zi-Chen walked up the stairs, step by step. In front of the hall, he saw another guard. He seemed to be the guardian of this place, and he held a long sword in his hand. Zi-Chen glanced at him. Although his attire was very similar to that expert from back then, it was obvious that they were not the same person. Thus, he continued to walk forward. The guard raised his sword and slashed. A sword light, like a waterfall, fell on his forehead. Bang! Intense energy vibrated. When the sword light was still a distance away from Zichen, it directly shattered. At the same time, the powerful energy dispersed, and the guard's body disappeared. Zichen's hands landed on the door and gently pushed it open. As the door opened, the guards inside rushed out like crazy. However, before they could get close to Zichen, they were shattered by the energy around Zichen. These guards were very weak. They were stronger than pseudo-Heaven Realm experts, but they were not as strong as Heaven Realm experts. To a Saint King like Zichen, they were nothing. Just like that, Zichen continued to walk forward, sending these weak guards flying. All the guards who were sent flying disappeared like illusions. Zichen walked step by step into the depths of the hall. Just as he stood in the center of the hall around him disappeared. He was standing on a patch of green grass. There were some colorful flowers blooming in the grass. It was a very beautiful scene. 10 meters in front of him, there was a pool of water with a radius of 10 meters. The water rippled and flashed with bright light. These spiritual flowers were very strange, but Zichen, who was already a Saint King, obviously did not care for them. He found that this pool of water was a little strange, so he walked forward. Arriving in front of the pool, he squatted down and held the pool of water with his hands. The water flowed from between his fingers like a beautiful ribbon, like a liquid rainbow. Zichen was stunned. He actually felt all kinds of power of laws flowing from it. Moreover, it was the purest power of laws. The power of laws contained in it was useless to him now, but he knew very well what it meant to those who wanted to enter the Heaven Realm. In the past, Xingdaoli had used many years to take that final step. If the Great Era had not come and the Heaven and Earth Realms rules had not changed, he still would not have been able to take that step. However, once he had this liquid, even if the Great Era did not come, he could still perceive the correct path from it. It could be said that this was the shortcut to entering the Heaven Realm through pseudo-heaven eyes. It contained the purest power of laws in the world. It was so pure that it was like the Xing Chen source liquid in the star path. The only difference was that it was completely aimed at life stars. Zichen stood up, looking at the pool of law original liquid in front of him. Although it was useless to him, it was a real treasure to the fake heavens on the life star. Therefore, he unceremoniously opened his own world and collected all the liquid in it. As the liquid was taken away, Zichen's surroundings changed again. He was once again standing in front of a new hall. After Zichen and the others entered the Lightning Divine Temple, new foreign races descended on the martial heaven continent from the endless starry sky. These foreign races arrived one after another. There were many of them, and they were not any less than the foreign races who had entered before. There were more than 1 million of them. Just like before, after these people entered, they would lose 10% of their energy. Because of Zichen's voice transmission to the entire life star, all the cultivators who had reached the pseudo-heaven realm on the life star had come. This was a reincarnation and also a true gathering. More than 90% of the world's experts had entered the Lightning Divine Temple. Chapter 24-25. In front of Zichen, another pool appeared. Blue waves rippled in the pool, and the liquid contained the power of laws. Unlike before, this was a fortuitous encounter targeted at saints. With it, an existence at the peak of the heaven realm could advance to become a saint through their own comprehension. This was also one of the opportunities of the Lightning Divine Palace. However, to Zichen, this kind of opportunity didn't have much meaning, because he was already a Saint King. However, he was also moved by this opportunity. The liquid in front of him was probably enough for 100 heaven realm experts to break through and become saints. It indicated that he could create 100 saints whose potential wouldn't be affected. To the everlasting sect, to the life star, this was a great opportunity. Zichen took away the liquid in the pool. If he could get out of here alive, with these things, there would be more experts in the everlasting sect. When the last drop of liquid was taken away, Zichen's surroundings changed. He stood outside a large hall again. In front of the hall's door there were 2 rows of statue guards. It was the same as the previous 2 times. The first time, Zi-Chan obtained the quasi-heaven realm essence, liquid, to advance to the heaven realm. The second time he obtained the quasi-heaven realm essence, liquid, to advance to the saint realm. Encountering such a scene again, Zi-Chan could not help but have some guesses in his heart. His eyes lit up. Although he had entered the Saint King realm, he hadn't reached the peak of the Saint King realm. There was still a long way to go. If there really was an opportunity here that could allow him to reach the peak of the Saint King realm quickly, it would naturally be an extremely good thing. Zi-Chan stepped forward and stood on top of the stairs. The statue guards on both sides came to life one after another and attacked him. Around him, energy vibrated. These guards, who hadn't even gotten close to him, were all pushed back. Just like that, Zi-Chan arrived in front of the hall's door. With a flash of light, a guard wearing armor appeared. He should be the leader of the guards. He held a long blade in his hand. The moment he saw the other party, Zi-Chen's expression changed. Almost instinctively, he wanted to retreat. He took 5 steps back and stood at the edge of the stairs. Only then did he stabilize his body. The energy around him formed a defense, and he became very alert. "It's you," he said in a low voice, his emotions fluctuating greatly. In the enormous lightning divine hall, he only knew one person, and that person was extremely powerful. Now that he had seen that person once again, all of his reactions seemed to be a conditioned reflex. "It's you." The guard with the blade spoke in an indifferent tone. He was an existence who had once wielded a heaven-defying artifact and destroyed many pseudo-gods with a single slash. Although the current Zi-Chan could achieve the same effect with a single breath, he was still wary of the other party. Furthermore, after becoming a Saint King, his senses had become even sharper. At this moment, he realized that he actually could not see through the other party. If even he, a Saint King, could not see through the other party should be a great saint. Back then, he already knew that the other party was a living being. After a brief moment of shock, he gradually regained his composure. "Why are you here? Could it be that I have to beat you before I can enter?" Zi-Chan asked aloud, his tone becoming calm. The guard said, "After not seeing you for so many years, I didn't expect you to have grown to this extent." Zi-Chan said, "Then I have to thank you for showing mercy back then." If the other party had insisted on killing him back then, a single bolt of lightning would have been enough. However, not only did he not die, he had even obtained an opportunity. The guard looked at Zi-Chan and said, "I have no other intentions for appearing this time. Firstly, I am here to see you, and secondly, to ask if you have any last wishes." Zi-Chan said in a low voice, "You want to kill me?" The guard smiled faintly and said, "You opened the lightning divine hall, so I should have sensed the connection between you and it. How can I kill you? It's just that, according to the past, you shouldn't be able to leave this place alive. That's why I'm here to ask if you have any last wishes." Zi-Chan looked at the other party and asked, "Why?" The guard said, "The time is not right yet. You've come a little too early." The lightning divine hall appeared first. Zi-Chan said. The guard shook his head. "I'm not sure about that. Perhaps this is fate, the fate of a heaven-defying person." Zi-Chan looked at the guard seriously, and the guard looked at him calmly. The two of them looked at each other like this for close to 15 minutes. Zi-Chen's originally uneasy mood slowly calmed down, and then he laughed at himself. "I, Zi-Chen, have killed so many people along the way, but when it's my turn, I'm actually a little uneasy." The guard said calmly, "Everyone will die, especially heaven-defying people." "That's right. Heaven-defying people were the easiest to die. It was extremely difficult to survive." Zi-Chen had experienced all kinds of hardships along the way and had encountered too many life and death crises. He had a very clear understanding of death. Zi-Chen nodded, and his expression returned to normal. The guard asked again, "What last wishes do you have? Tell me in advance. I hope that you can take care of those people who came in with extra energy and protect their safety when necessary. Zichen said after thinking for a while. The guard shook his head and said, "There are too many people. It's beyond my range. I hope that they can get the opportunity to become a supreme sage and get out alive." Zichen sent out a spiritual thought, and in that spiritual thought, there were many familiar images and names. The guard was silent for a moment. Then he looked up at Zichen and said, "I'll try my best." "Thank you." Zichen cupped his fists at the guard. Although it's already destined, heaven-defying people do things against the heavens, so it's not impossible to go against fate. The guard said, "Behind me is your opportunity, and this is the only thing we can help you with. As for whether you live or die in the end, it'll depend on your luck." Zichen nodded and thanked him again. The guard's figure disappeared. Zichen pushed open the door of the hall and walked in. After entering, the hall disappeared, and a similar pool appeared around him. The pool was surrounded by green grass and blooming flowers. Zichen walked towards the pool. The pool water here was an opportunity to break through to become a sage ruler, and to the current Zichen, it was extremely beneficial. For example, it could allow the sea of energy in his world to transform into sage ruler energy, allowing him to reach the peak of the sage ruler realm. He walked forward in the air and sat cross-legged above the pool. A suction force came from his body, and the law origin liquid in the pool below was sucked towards his body. In Zichen's world, the sage ruler energy in the sea of energy was rapidly transforming into sage ruler energy. Pooh! A sword light flashed past, and a sage ruler of a foreign race was killed. Wang Xian kept her sword. Her battle prowess had increased by 20%, and the life force in her body was abundant, allowing her to kill her opponents more easily. To her, the opportunity was not important in coming to Lightning Divine Palace. What was important was that she could kill more foreign races. Although she was a woman, she never showed mercy when killing foreign races. When the fifth foreign race sage ruler was killed, a passageway appeared in front of her. The sudden appearance of the passageway caught her off guard. After hesitating for a moment, she walked in with her sword in hand. Entering the passageway, she saw a green space. The ground was covered with green grass, and in the center there was a pool. The pool rippled with green waves, sparkling with phosphorescent light. There was no danger in the surroundings, so she walked towards the pool doubtfully. The pool water was so clear that she could see the bottom, and there were no living creatures in it, nor was there any danger. She squatted down and scooped up some of the pool water. The pool water slid through her fingers, and she felt the abnormality of the pool water. A look of disbelief appeared on her beautiful face. After confirming that this was not an illusion, she began to refine the pool water, changing the sage ruler energy in her body. The same scene was happening in other places. Evil good monk, sky-splitting battle ape, flying divine tiger, Lei Long, and the others, after killing 5 sage rulers of the same level. A passageway appeared in front of them. In the passageway, there was an opportunity to reach the pinnacle. Although the cultivators on the Life Star were supported by energy, there were many foreign races. Among them, there were many genius experts, as well as many heaven-defying experts. Therefore, when fighting, it was inevitable that there would be deaths. The door to the 3rd floor had already been opened by Foundation Origin Great Sage, and even more people were heading towards the 3rd floor. In just a short span of 2 floors, the foreign races had lost more than 100,000 experts. This was a huge loss, and to the Life Star, once the war broke out, 100,000 experts would not be able to participate. Lightning Divine Palace was a land of opportunity, and this opportunity was not only open to the cultivators on the Life Star, but also to the foreign races. After obtaining the opportunity, their realms were also rapidly increasing. Above the pool water, Zichen's body surged with a powerful aura. In a short span of time, his cultivation realm had reached the pinnacle of sage ruler. At this moment, Zichen felt unprecedentedly powerful. Just as the liquid in the pool water was used up, His cultivation realm had also reached the pinnacle. After that, the surrounding scene disappeared, and his figure appeared in lightning divine palace. This was still a city, and there were all kinds of buildings around. Strong energy waves were constantly shaking. Angry shouts came from not far away. Zi-Chun released his spiritual senses and saw a battle taking place on his left. On one side were 4 sages from the Life Star, and on the other side were 13 sages from the foreign races. On the ground, there were 3 corpses that had yet to be decomposed. One of them was from the Life Star, and the other 2 were from the foreign races. This was a battle where the numbers were not equal, and the situation was very unfavorable for the 4 from the Life Star. At this moment, the 4 of them had gathered together to block the attacks of the others, although they were supported by the layer of energy and were not afraid of the other side in a one-on-one battle. The other side was simply too many, and they had an overwhelming advantage. Chapter 24-26. Under the control of Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts, the ray of light flew into the battlefield and flashed in front of a group of foreign races at an unexpected speed. Pooh, 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 pooh. As these sounds rang out, the attacks of the foreign races stopped, and then they all fell to the ground without any warning, their vitality gone. Among these foreign races, the 4 saints who were resisting were shocked by this sudden scene. But after seeing the dozen or so foreign race saints die in an instant, they all cupped their fists towards the void and bowed. Obviously, a senior from the Life Star had saved them. After that, they left and soon joined the new battlefield. Although millions of experts had entered the Lightning Divine Palace, as the crowd proceeded forward, the seemingly boundless Lightning Divine Palace had also caused everyone to scatter. They could not move forward in groups, so they were all scattered. In the range of Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts, there were only a few hundred people on both sides, and they belonged to different battlefields, so it was difficult for them to support each other. Although the cultivators from the Life Star had all received an energy boost, and some even received 2 levels of energy boost, the advantage in numbers was their weakness. They often fought several people at a time, so the battle was not in their favor. Zi-Chen moved forward, and the small knife that the sword spirit had transformed into kept attacking, helping his companions out of trouble. Now that he had reached the peak of the Saint Ruler realm, he was more proficient in using the lightning sword manipulation, and he could kill enemies from a long distance. But it was a pity that the sword spirit was still a heaven weapon and not a saint weapon. After going deeper, Zi-Chen entered the 3rd level, which looked no different from the previous 2 levels. There were some guards in the buildings, but most of them were very empty. After that, it was the 4th and 5th levels. The goal of these foreign race great saints was to become gods, so they went straight ahead, looking for opportunities in the depths, and broke through the lightning divine palace floor by floor. Zi-Chen, who was moving forward, spread out his spiritual thoughts and searched for Daf Hill. After entering the 5th level, Zi-Chen suddenly stopped beside a straight road. Swoosh! The light of energy surged, and a foreign race Saint King rushed out from the side, holding a long sword and attacking Zi-Chen. This was a sneak attack, and it was very powerful, causing the entire space to shake. Zi-Chen stood there quietly and did not move until the long sword was in front of him, and the energy swept up his robe. Only then did he make his move. He took a step forward, and the long sword brushed past his cheek. At the same time, he stretched out his finger and pointed at the foreign race Saint King's forehead. His finger pointed at the Saint King's forehead, and a strong Saint King's power surged out and forcefully broke through his defense and entered his mind. The Holy King's body flew backward. There were no obvious wounds on his body, but his life force was quickly draining away. Without looking at the Saint King, Zi-Chen, this was just a small interlude in their journey forward. He was already at the peak of the Saint King realm and could be said to be invincible in the same level. This foreign race, Saint King, had chosen to sneak attack him. He still could not find Daf Hill, but Zi-Chen felt a strong aura coming from the horizon. It was the aura of a great saint. After feeling this aura, Zi-Chen turned and flew in that direction. At the end of his line of sight, a huge object appeared in the sky. It was like a huge mountain, and it was surrounded by bolts of lightning. The aura it emitted was suffocating. Zichen recognized that it was the real body of the Thunder's sacred beast. Opposite the Thunder's sacred beast stood 3 foreign race great saints. Their realms were suppressed by 20%, but their advantage in numbers made up for it, and they were working together to fight the Thunder sacred beast. Rumble! Rumble! Endless lightning surged between heaven and earth like chains that pierced through heaven and earth, encircling the 3 great saints of the foreign races. Within the lightning chains, the 3 foreign race great saints worked together to attack the Thunder sacred beast. Energy surged like violent waves, and a suffocating pressure spread out in all directions. Some of the foreign races and cultivators from the life stars nearby retreated. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. Just as everyone was retreating, Zichen rushed forward. Beside him, the saber spirit turned into a beam of light and moved ahead. Under the illumination of the lightning chains, he moved forward silently and went straight for the foreign races. Puff! 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 The foreign races who were retreating suddenly stopped in midair, and then they fell to the ground one by one. Their surging vitality was quickly draining away. It's Lord Zichen! It's the sect master! In another direction, the cultivators who saw this scene stopped. When they saw Zichen rushing over, their faces were filled with excitement. Go somewhere else. Zichen's voice rang in everyone's mind. Then, he rushed in a straight line toward the battlefield. Wherever he went, more and more aliens would fall. The difference in cultivation level between the 2 sides was too great. No one could withstand the saber spirit's attack, even if it was just a heaven-grade weapon. The saber spirit disappeared beside Zichen. He rushed into the lightning chains, and the heavenly thunder wings on his back unfolded. He rushed directly toward a great saint. As he rushed forward, he clenched his fist. Dazzling golden light flashed on his fist, and he punched at the foreign race great saint. You're courting death. Sensing Zichen's aura, the great saint's eyes turned cold. He turned around and punched at Zichen. The fist and palm met, and there was a loud explosion. The surging energy on the fist shattered in an instant. Zichen's body flew back dozens of meters, and he steadied himself in midair. On the opposite side, the great saint also flew back dozens of meters, and he looked at Zichen in disbelief. The difference in cultivation level between the 2 sides was too great. He did not expect this attack to be evenly matched. The other 2 outsider great saints were also astonished. But before they could do anything, the lightning sacred beast slammed its claw down. The void trembled under this claw, and powerful energy surged in all directions. The 2 great saints' expressions changed, and they blocked it together. Boom! The energy shook, and the 2 great saints flew back. Swoosh! Swoosh! On the other side, Zichen's body flashed, and he rushed toward the great saint in front of him. He directly used the 9 lightning deaths. As a peak great saint, his energy attacks were greatly enhanced. He did not fear the terrifying aura of a great saint at all. Zichen, who was rushing forward, attacked continuously and clashed directly with the great saint. The 2 continued to exchange blows. They were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. The occasional injuries on their bodies were not fatal, and they would recover quickly. The energy between heaven and earth was turbulent. No one dared to come within dozens of miles. The battle was 2 against 3. There were 4 great saints and 1 great saint. Both sides were evenly matched. The Thunder Sacred Beast was a famous existence on the Life Star, so it was not surprising that he was not at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle. However, Zichen, a sacred king, could be on par with a great saint. This was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. However, Zichen, who was on the battlefield, did not think so. Along the way, He had always been able to fight above his level. However, at this moment, he, who was already at the peak of the Saint Kinghood and even had additional energy, was unable to quickly take down a great saint. This made him feel a little frustrated. A great saint was already the peak of the world. Naturally, each of them was a famous existence. Their status among the foreign races was not inferior to the lightning sacred beast or the azure dragon great saint. Ziqin, on the other hand, had only used a few thousand years to reach this stage. It had to be said that this was a very unbelievable thing. At this moment, his opponent was also very depressed because he could not take down Ziqin, a great saint. Swoosh! A sheathed saber appeared in Ziqin's hand. The saber was instantly unsheathed. A flash of saber light slashed towards the great saint in front of him. This was Ziqin's last resort and also his most powerful one. Feeling this sudden attack, a look of shock appeared on the great saint's face, but he reacted quickly and quickly retreated. The saber light brushed past his arm and broke through his defense, leaving a long wound on his arm. Blood flowed out. Holy weapon! The great saint's pupils shrank. He was very surprised, but in the next moment a light flashed in his hand. A holy weapon also appeared. Ziqin's expression turned ugly. Both sides had holy weapons. This battle would be in an indefinite stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. The battle continued for nearly an hour. There was still no winner. Ziqin had already used all his strength. Saber light flashed continuously. The great saint opposite him had a holy weapon in his hand. He was equally matched with Ziqin. On the other side, the two great saints were also blocking the Thunder Sacred Beast's attacks. There was no winner. It's meaningless to continue fighting like this. Why don't we just disperse and look for new opportunities? In the battle, the Thunder Sacred Beast's opponent said. His figure retreated backward, and the person beside him also chose to retreat. Ziqin's opponent smiled coldly at Ziqin. He put away his holy weapon and began to retreat. Don't chase. The Thunder Sacred Beast turned into his human form and said to the unwilling Ziqin. Ziqin came in front of the Thunder Sacred Beast. He looked at him and asked, "Are you okay?" The Thunder Sacred Beast shook his head and said with a frown, "We can't do anything to them. They have too many people. If you didn't appear in time, I'm afraid I would be in danger today." "Where are the others?" Ziqin asked. "They were separated long ago. I don't know how they are doing." The Thunder Sacred Beast was a little worried. There were simply too many foreign great saints, and they had the advantage in numbers. If any of them were left alone, they would be in grave danger. Ziqin had a real battle with a great saint this time. With his current strength, he couldn't do anything to them, unless his cultivation level increased by another level. However, he had just become a holy king. It would be very difficult for him to become a great saint. This opportunity was hard to come by. In this way, Ziqin only had one path left. That was to find Dofhill and kill him. "Senior, come with me to find someone. If we can kill him, I believe it will be much easier to deal with the great saints." Ziqin looked at the Thunder Sacred Beast and said, "All right, I'll go with you." This time, Ziqin found traces of Dofhill on the 6th level. Beside him was Great Saint Huacheng. Chapter 24-27. Ziqin saw Dofhill, and Dofhill noticed him as well. At this moment, there were many wounds on Dofhill's body, as if he had gone through an extremely fierce battle. He looked rather miserable. Beside him, Supreme Saint Huacheng's aura was also slightly weakened. Other than the two of them, there were more than 20 saint kings and saints from the Dof clan around them. Compared to the huge lineup of experts, Ziqin, who only had the Thunder Sacred Beast as his helper, looked a little shabby. "You're finally here." Dofhill stared at Ziqin with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. As he advanced, he had encountered many dangers. Although he had won many battles, he seriously felt that his combat power was not enough. If he wanted to improve his combat power, he could only kill Zichen as soon as possible and get the complete Heaven God's bone without becoming a supreme saint. He had a strong desire for the power of a Heaven God. This was because even great saints were in a precarious situation in this region. They could lose their lives at any moment. Senior, stop that supreme saint with all your strength. I'll end this quickly, Zichen said to the supreme saint telepathically. The thunderbolt, sacred beast nodded. In a flash, he charged toward Supreme Sage Huacheng. As he rushed forward, his body flashed with lightning, and a terrifying aura spread out. The sky shook, and a dazzling light shone in all directions. A huge figure suddenly appeared. The Thunder's sacred beast showed his true form, and the strong pressure caused the faces of the other outsiders to change, and they all retreated. Supreme Saint Hua Cheng's expression became very serious, and the power of a supreme saint began to surge around him. This opponent was not to be underestimated. Everyone, including Zichen, retreated far away. Obviously, their battlefield was not here. Thunder appeared, and the two supreme saints had begun their battle. Terrifying auras spread out. Kill! With Daf Hill's order, the surrounding saints and saint kings immediately rushed towards Zichen. At the same time, Daf Hill also charged towards Zichen. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly as he glanced at those people. He ignored them and charged toward Daf Hill. As he charged forward, the heavenly lightning wings appeared on the back of his hand, and the sheathed long saber also appeared in his hand. Since he had said that he would end the battle quickly, he naturally had to display his full strength. Swish! At the same time as Zichen charged forward, a sharp beam of light shot out from beside him, heading straight for the surrounding outsiders. This was the saber spirit, and it was using the lightning saber manipulation. Pooh! 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 The sword spirit moved later, but arrived first, piercing through the temples of those people. Their charging figures paused for a moment, and then they fell to the ground. In just one exchange, over 20 experts had been killed, and nearly half of them had died. Damn it! Back off! When Daf Hill saw this, he let out an angry roar and rushed in front of Zichen, thrusting his sword toward Zichen's forehead. The might of the saint weapon gushed out. This sword was extremely fast and contained an oppressive aura. The surrounding space was locked down at this moment. Zichen unsheathed his saber. Saber light flashed as he blocked the front. Clang! When the two saint weapons met, a resounding sound rang out. An even stronger energy, ripples spread out in front of the two of them. Under the shock of the ripples, the two of them retreated. Swish! Zichen's figure had just retreated a few steps before he disappeared from his original spot. Daf Hill felt a chill in his heart. He turned around subconsciously and saw a sharp saber light descending from the sky, heading straight for his head. This attack was fast and ruthless, and it had locked down the space, so he had no time to react. Clang! The saber hit his head directly, but it did not break through his skull. Instead, Zichen felt a strong, rebounding force that sent him flying. The saber, which was known as one of the strongest saint weapons in the world, could not break through Daf Hill's defense. This showed how powerful the bone of God was. However, this attack also sent Daf Hill flying in the air. Go to hell! As he retreated, he stabbed his sword at Zichen. The dazzling and powerful sword light went straight for Zichen's face. Clang! Zichen blocked the attack with his saber, neutralizing the attack. Then his body flickered again, and he appeared beside Daf Hill. The long saber in his hand instantly slashed. Clang! This attack was blocked by Daf Hill. Daf Hill stared coldly at Zichen, his eyes full of murderous intent. Then, the two of them exerted their strength and retreated. Then, they rushed forward again and fought. In this situation, Zichen obviously had the upper hand. Every attack landed on Daf Hill. However, Daf Hill also had the bone of God. Although his combat strength was not as good as Zichen's, His defense was not weakened at all. After the previous great saint, Zichen was once again in a difficult situation to win. He had been careless when he said that he would end the battle quickly. Let's see what you can do to me. Doff Hill wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. There was a mocking smile on his face as he stared at Zichen and said coldly. Zichen put away his saber and looked at Doff Hill indifferently. The two of them had fought for hundreds of rounds. Although he had the upper hand, he could not kill Doff Hill. On the other side, the two great saints were still fighting. The Thunder's sacred beast kept attacking, suppressing Hua Cheng great saint and preventing him from coming to help. Zichen looked at Doff Hill. At this moment, both of them had the bone of God. It was almost impossible to kill each other with external force. The bone of God protected the most important part of his body. Since external force could not kill him, he had to find another way. After thinking for a few breaths, Zichen made up his mind. Zichen's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Just as he was about to mock Zichen again, he realized that Zichen wasn't by his side. Instead, he was by the side of the other cultivators from the Daofu clan. After that, it was time to kill. These ordinary saints and saint rulers were nothing more than targets for Zichen to kill. With the help of the heavenly thunderwings, Zichen, who had used extreme speed, turned into a ray of light and flashed in front of the cultivators. Then he appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Around him, the expressions of the cultivators who were still standing were all frozen. Their vitality was rapidly draining away. After a few breaths, their bodies fell to the ground. Except for Doff Hill, all of them were killed by Zichen. Doff Hill looked at Zichen angrily. In his opinion, Zichen was completely helpless against him. That was why he attacked the others. Zichen looked at Doff Hill and smiled coldly. Then he rushed toward Doff Hill again. I told you, you can't do anything to me. Doff Hill shouted and rushed toward Zichen. The two met in midair, and the sword clashed once again. Powerful energy spread out in all directions. But this time, Zichen did not retreat. Instead, he stared at Doff Hill. In his sea of consciousness, there was a bright golden light shining. His soul suddenly rushed out of his knowledge, like a sharp blade, directly stabbing towards Doffshire in front of him. This was a soul attack, and it used up all of Zichen's soul power. Doff Hill's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he did not expect Zichen to use this method of attack. But by the time he reacted, it was too late. Zichen's soul forced its way into Doff Hill's sea of consciousness. But during this time, because of the god's skull, his soul was rapidly disappearing. It could be said that with every step forward, his soul would be greatly consumed. Even with the help of the laws of this place, the perfect spiritual sense, and the soul of a peak saint king, Zichen still felt that the consumption was too great. When his soul entered the depths of Doff Hill's sea of consciousness, the dazzling golden light had dimmed. Before he even attacked, more than half of his soul had been consumed. This was all of his soul. In the outside world, Zichen was only left with his physical body. His eyes were dull, and there was only a ball of energy supporting him, preventing his body from falling to the ground. In front of him, Doff Hill's soul was like a surging ocean, and he was a very small human standing on top of the ocean. I didn't expect you to use this method. You're really courting death. A cold voice sounded. The sea of consciousness rolled, and Doff Hill's figure appeared. Only half of his body was above the sea of consciousness, but he still looked like a giant looking down at Zichen. Zichen looked up at the giant and said, "This is the only way I can kill you." "Kill me? With your current strength? Do you even have half of your soul left? This is my home ground. My soul is the ocean here. You still want to kill me?" The giant laughed mockingly. The entire sea of consciousness was shaking, as if mocking Zichen for overestimating himself. Indeed, at this moment, Zichen was like a person standing on the sea. How could he, who was alone and weak, resist the turbulent sea. But facing the raging sea of consciousness, Zi-Chen's expression was still calm. I still have 40% of my soul left, 10% more than I expected. 30% of my soul power should be enough to kill you. The giant snorted and said, "What nonsense. 30% of your soul power is not enough to deal with a single wave of my sea." He obviously didn't think that Zi-Chen could kill him in this situation. On the contrary, Zi-Chen's sudden appearance surprised him, but also gave him hope. "I was still worried about how to kill you, but since you've walked right into my trap, there's no need for that." Zi-Chen didn't continue to respond to Dafil because he didn't have much time left. He stretched out his hand and used his palm as a blade. The golden light on his body was constantly gathering towards his right hand. His body dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, while his entire palm became dazzling and resplendent. He raised his palm high, looked at Dafil's soul giant, and said, "In my name, Zi-Chen, in my identity as a defiant of the heavens, in this lightning god temple, I mobilize and destroy all sources of energy in this world." Chapter 24-28. The golden blade came out from Zi-Chen's palm, shining brightly with golden light. Other than that, there was nothing special about it. In fact, Dafil didn't even feel that the attack was that powerful. The difference between this attack and his sea of souls was like heaven and earth. It was as if an ant had seen a giant and launched what he thought was his strongest attack, and he was confident that this attack would kill the giant. The ant did not know that in the eyes of the giant, the sword in his hand was like a toothpick. How strong could this attack be? "You want to kill me? Dream on." Therefore, he expressed his thoughts in disdain, and then mobilized the energy in his sea of souls to form an even larger soul blade in front of him, and slash towards Zi-Chen's golden blade. At this moment, the light on Zi-Chen's body was very dim, and he only had 10% of his soul energy left. This blade contained 30% of his soul energy, and it was also his last and strongest attack. If this attack could kill Dafil, he would live. If he could not kill the giant, he would die. This was a life and death attack, and the loser would die. The golden blade was like a toothpick in the ant's hand, and it met the giant's soul blade. However, the scene of this weak attack being destroyed in an instant did not happen. The blade landed on the soul blade, and it was like a materialized weapon meeting a wave, and it was easily cut open. Where the blade passed, the soul blade was destroyed and dissipated, and the soul energy contained in it disappeared. It landed on the soul giant, and then, under the soul giant's shocked expression, it easily cut open his body. The soul giant's body scattered, and it fell into the sea of souls below. At this moment, his sea of souls was roaring angrily, and huge waves were surging. This was Dafil's soul flame, and it was unusually turbulent. After destroying the giant, the indomitable palm blade fell into the surging sea of souls. If one were to compare Dafshir's soul to a sea of flames, then Zi-Chen's attack would be like a torrential downpour. The palm landed in Zi-Chen's spirit sea. The law of destruction, which was unique to Zi-Chen, spread out and wreaked havoc in his spirit sea with an extremely destructive force. In an instant, the extended golden light covered the entire soul ocean. Then, the law of destruction was fully displayed. A furious roar could be heard from the sea of souls. Then, the entire sea level started to fall. The sea of souls in the middle started to disappear rapidly until it was completely dried up. Although it took a long time to describe, it only took a few breaths before Dafil's aura disappeared from his spiritual sea. His entire soul sea turned pitch black. Only the faint golden light from Zi-Chen's body illuminated the small space around him. As expected, Zi-Chen, who only had 10% of his soul strength left, looked extremely weak at this moment. However, his eyes were extremely firm and bright. In the lightning divine temple, not only did his fighting strength increase, but it also increased his law of destruction attribute. Although Dafshir's sea of souls was huge, it was still only a tenth. Zi-Chen had consumed 30% of his soul strength. He was also a heaven-defying expert with the law of destruction and the support of the lightning divine temple. It didn't seem impossible for him to kill someone of the same level with a 10th soul lotion. Oh, it wasn't a 10th soul lotion. It should be an 8th soul lotion. The remaining 20% was suppressed by the curse of the lightning divine temple. After killing Dafshir, Zichen's figure flashed, and the remaining soul left Dafshir's body. This time, it didn't encounter any resistance and returned to his own body. His lifeless eyes became bright again. At this moment, the blade and the sword were still clashing. In front of him, Dafshir's eyes were wide open. His face was filled with astonishment. Dafshir's body fell to the ground. His body emitted an intense light. A ball of light appeared above his head. At the same time, 2 rays of light appeared on his legs. A suffocating divine pressure appeared in this space, forming a storm that spread in all directions. Dafshir died, and the heaven god's bones appeared floating in the air. At this moment, Zichen's heart was beating violently. A strong summoning came from it. This summoning was like a wave, spreading layer by layer and landing on the 3 balls of light. Among the 3 balls of light, there was a heavenly god skull and 2 heavenly god leg bones. Those belonged to the Dafshir family. Get lost. Supreme Sage Hua Cheng's angry roar came from afar. A terrifying aura came from afar. Supreme Sage Hua Cheng knew that Dafshir had died, so he wanted to come and snatch those things. Rumble! Rumble! In the distance, the sky shook again. Endless thunder rumbled. One after another, thunder dragons appeared out of thin air, bringing with them vast power as they rushed toward Supreme Sage Hua Cheng. At this moment, the thunder sacred beast was also enraged. It stopped Supreme Sage Hua Cheng without caring about its own life. The 2 supreme sages attacked with all their might. The power generated was terrifying, but it could not compare to the power of the heaven god's bones. The 3 divine storms were expanding. The movement was so great that it even drowned out the battle between the supreme sages. From the 3 divine storms, the divine aura that surged out kept spreading, stirring up the heaven and earth. This change was too strong. It was like the divine races were fighting. It might cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Zichen used his extreme speed to rush forward. As he rushed forward, a ray of light appeared on his body. The light exuded the divine aura. This was the protection from the heart of God. As he moved forward, the terrifying divine storms opened a gap to welcome Zichen's arrival. He smoothly arrived at the center of the divine storms. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the source of the storms. His finger passed through the ball of light and landed on the heaven god's skull. The terrifying divine storms disappeared in an instant. The skull turned into a ray of light, fell between Zichen's eyebrows and disappeared. Zichen could clearly feel that the heaven god's skull had entered his body and was fusing with his skull. After putting away the heaven god's skull, Zichen's figure flickered again, and he went straight for the 2 leg bones. During this time, he did not encounter any obstacles. The protective light of the heart of God was very powerful. Moreover, the unique summoning within it allowed him to smoothly take away the 2 leg bones of the heaven god. As for the 2 supreme sages, they were still very far away. Because the divine storms were too terrifying, even they did not dare to approach casually. In this world, besides the gods, perhaps only Zichen could take away the heaven god's bones so smoothly. At this point, the entire heaven god's bones had been perfectly collected by Zichen. During this time, because Zichen possessed the heart of God, the heaven god's bones were quickly fusing with him. The power of the heaven god within the heaven god's bones quickly spread throughout Zichen's body, perfectly fusing with his flesh and blood. Then a powerful force filled Zichen's body, making Zichen feel unprecedentedly powerful. This kind of feeling made him feel as if he was the ruler of the world, as if he could destroy the sky with a single punch and the earth with a single kick. The light of energy surged all over his body as the power of the heaven god filled his body. A terrifying divine might spread out from his body, making people feel extremely stifled. At this moment, Zi-Qin seemed to have become a divine being. However, this situation only lasted for a few breaths before it disappeared. The divine aura was completely restrained. However, that powerful feeling still remained. At this moment, Zi-Qin felt that his physical body had surpassed the sacred body. When the thunder sacred beast in the distance saw this scene, a look of shock flashed across its eyes. It was slightly absent-minded. Go to hell! At this moment, the crazy supreme sage, Hua Qing, took advantage of the fact that his opponent was unprepared to break through the thunder sacred beast's defense and rushed towards Zi-Qin. His eyes were red and his expression was ferocious. He was full of resentment and looked as if he wanted to eat Zi-Qin alive. Zi-Qin turned his head and saw Supreme Sage Hua Qing rushing towards him. His expression did not change as he smiled faintly at Supreme Sage Hua Qing. The thunder wings on his back flapped, and his body disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, he was in front of Supreme Sage Hua Qing. His clenched fist struck Supreme Sage Hua Qing's fist. Supreme Sage Hua Qing's body, which had been charging forward, stopped instantly. His body bent like a shrimp as a powerful force entered his body. His body was sent flying backwards by Zi-Qin's fist. All of the bones in his body emitted clear, cracking sounds. As he was sent flying, he was coughing up blood nonstop. His expression, which was full of madness and resentment, was replaced by shock at this moment. He could not imagine that Zi-Qin, who had just obtained the heavenly god's bone, had such terrifying power. When Daf Hill obtained the heavenly god's bone, it took a very long time before he could use some of its power. Only some, not all. But now he, who was a supreme sage, was injured by Zi-Qin's punch. It was obvious that the heavenly god's power that Zi-Qin used was much more powerful than Daf Hill's. The battle should be over. The Daofu family will decline from now on. Perhaps in the future, the Daofu family will cease to exist in this world. Supreme Sage Hua Qing, who was in shock, heard Zi-Qin's words again. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at him. A long sword appeared in Zi-Qin's hand. It was a long sword with a scabbard that he was very familiar with. It was a powerful saint weapon that had killed many saint kings of the Daofu family. Zi-Qin immediately drew the long sword. A bright light flashed and swept past Supreme Sage Hua Qing's neck. The sword ignored Supreme Sage Hua Qing's strong defense and directly cut off his head. His body was still flying backwards, but his head flew high into the air. His Supreme Sage blood spilled out. Chapter 24-29. The great sage's blood sprayed out, radiating with a suffocating pressure as it spilled onto the ground. The great sage's body flew back several hundred meters before landing on the ground with a loud thud. As for his head, it flew high up into the air, spraying blood as it landed on the ground. By the time he landed, the great sage's life force was already gone. The lightning's sacred beast reverted to his human form and stood in the distance, looking at the scene in shock. A powerful great sage, who was known to possess the strongest battle prowess in the world, was undying and indestructible, an existence second only to God's, was killed just like that. This process was a little too simple. One must know that Zi-Qin was still only a saint king. Sheathing his blade, Zi-Qin's body was still filled with energy, and his powerful body was still improving. This feeling of being filled with energy made him very satisfied. After gathering all the bones of the God of Heaven, he finally felt the thrill of killing enemies above his level again. Furthermore, in this environment, he had to kill enemies above his level. He believed that the pressure on the experts on the Life Star would be greatly reduced. He was very satisfied with everything. However, when he saw the sacred artifact that belonged to Daf Hill on the ground, he frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "The lightning divine hall actually devoured even a sacred artifact. Isn't this too much?" He tried to pick up the saint weapon, but he did not succeed. Just like the corpses of those experts who died, there was no loot to speak of here. only the opportunity recognized by the lightning divine palace. Be content, killing a great sage with a single blade. If others knew about this, they would have been scared away long ago. The lightning sacred beast came before Ziqin and said. He was a little emotional. Ziqin looked ahead and said, "Let's go. We'll find the others and kill our way into the depths." I believe that this time we can really change the situation. If we kill all the great sages of the other races, the Life Star will welcome a long-awaited peace. Furthermore, we will maintain an extremely large number of experts. What the lightning sacred beast said was not false, because Ziqin had the strength to kill great sages. All the great sages of the other races here would be killed by him sooner or later. Look, as for them, they would not suffer too great of a loss. As long as they did not die, they would never die. Outside the lightning divine hall, a brilliant light circulated as 5 people appeared. Colorful light flowed around their bodies, and there was a red dot between their eyebrows. They looked proud and noble. These 5 people all looked very young. Among them, there were 4 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and confident, while the woman was beautiful. They were all very rare in the world. One of the youths wearing divine armor glanced at the lightning divine hall in front of him and said, "This time it's our turn to monitor the lightning divine hall. I truly wonder if the 99th level of the heavenly door will be able to open. Of course it's best if you can open it, but if you can't, you can only wait for the next round. We have plenty of time. All we have to do is wait," another young man said. That is indeed the case. However, if he is unable to open the 99th level of the gate of heaven this time, then that heaven-defying person will be out of luck. Is his life or death related to us? In the end, they are all ant-like existences. I can kill them as I please. That's true. Kai Meng, I heard that you have a younger sister here, and that you have come to the lightning divine palace this time as well? That's my 6th sister. She accidentally awakened the bloodline of a deity. Sina, you're quite well informed. The young man named Kai Meng said, "I heard that this younger sister of yours is as beautiful as a flower. I wonder if I'll be fortunate enough to meet her." Sina, who was wearing divine armor, had a look of yearning on his face. "If there's fate, I believe that you will meet her." Just as the 2 of them were conversing, the only woman beside them said, "All right, we still have a mission on hand this time. Let's go inside and check it out. Speaking of which, I've been yearning for this mysterious lightning divine hall for a very long time." The 5 of them entered the lightning divine hall. After Sina's gaze swept past them, he waved his big sleeve forward. Rays of light appeared from his sleeve, and after every ray of light descended, it would transform into a cultivator with colorful light coiling around their bodies. Colorful light also surged around their bodies, but their auras were much weaker than the 5 of them. However, every single one of them was an existence equivalent to a great sage. "Sina, you've prepared very well," the divine race member named Kai Meng said in astonishment after seeing these people. "In order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening, of course I have to make preparations. You all go in first and do as I instructed." "Yes." At the entrance to the 7th floor of the lightning divine hall, a group of great sages of other races stopped here. They were not in a hurry to break through the entrance. Instead, they chose to wait. Soon, more and more outsiders gathered here, and there was no lack of great sages and even sacred kings among them. As the leader this time, Great Sage Foundation commanded all the outsiders. With him standing here, naturally, no one dared to break through the entrance of the hall. Looking at the increasing number of experts on his side, Great Sage Foundation said in a deep voice, "Let's leave the final battle here." A great sage beside him nodded and said, "We can't delay any longer. If we do, our losses will only be greater." Along the way, because everyone was completely scattered, they were unable to unite, which led to a huge loss. Especially them, they had lost 20% of their energy. If they were to face a great sage on a life star one-on-one, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Along the way, there were also great sages who had suffered losses. Some died, while others were heavily injured. Therefore, Great Sage Foundation chose to stay here and have a final battle with the few great sages on the life star. The other outsiders soon understood the intentions of the great sages, and they all became excited. Being suppressed, they would be at a disadvantage if they were to face a great sage on a life star alone. If they could gather together and have a final battle, they would naturally be able to win because they had the advantage of numbers. Only by killing those people and eliminating all future troubles could they be at ease and search for the opportunity to become gods. The great sage of the Jetu family soon arrived at the scene, but after knowing the intentions of the outsiders, he was slightly stunned and then retreated into the crowd. He was not going to participate in this battle. "Jatusaya, where are you going?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the crowd. A middle-aged man walked over from behind, his eyes fixed on the great sage of the Jetu family. "Hotelial." Jatusaya's eyes flashed when he saw the middle-aged man. "We are all great sages. But why did we lose 20% of our energy, while you only lost 10%? Hotelial approached the front. He was the only great sage of the Hua Te family and ancestor-level existence. As his words fell, the eyes of the others fell on Jatusaya. Great Sage Foundation and the others frowned slightly after sensing the other's aura. "Maybe the rules here are friendlier to us," Jatusaya said faintly. "Friendlier? Is that friendlier to you alone or to everyone in the Jetu family?" Hotelial said coldly. "What do you mean?" "My meaning is clear. You are colluding with the Life Star and those people. We are just taking what we need." "How is this collusion?" "As for you, you are deliberately targeting me. Are you going to unite everyone to deal with me?" Jatusaya said in a deep voice, unwilling to be outdone. "All right, let's stop talking. Since both sides are doing this for benefits, we just need to unite against the outside world," Great Sage Foundation said. "The Jetu family will not participate in this battle." Jatusaya said, "Saya, you are going too far. You should know that we are on the same side," Great Sage Foundation said with a frown. "If you think we are going too far, you can deal with us. Don't forget we have always been neutral. We don't have any friendship with the Life Star, but we absolutely have no enmity with it." Jatusaya's attitude was still tough. As he stepped back, many experts of the Daofu family also stepped back. In addition, there were many neutral parties who chose to wait and see. Among them, there were those who were on good terms with Ziqin and had an agreement with him. However, there were still many experts present, especially the Great Sage experts. There was almost no loss. Great Sage Foundation suppressed the anger in his heart and decided to ignore the Jetu family for the time being. They belonged to different forces. Even if they were dissatisfied with the Jetu family, they could not change anything now. At this moment, a foreign race came to report that they had found the Great Sages on the Life Star. "Let's go." Great Sage Foundation waved his hand. Then, a group of foreign race Great Sages flew forward. Soon, they found the Great Sages on the Life Star. They were the Great Sage Azure Dragon and the other three. When the two sides met, there was naturally no nonsense. They fought as soon as they met. At the beginning of the battle, the four great sages seemed to be struggling. Fortunately, the other experts on the Life Star were constantly going deeper. After seeing the battle, they all joined in. The monk, who was at the peak of the Saint King level, came here. His original intention was to quickly find an opportunity to become a great sage so that he would not be restricted. However, as soon as he arrived, he saw the Great Sage Azure Dragon and the others being besieged. They seemed to be struggling. These damned things. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward without hesitation. Although he was only at the peak of the Saint King level, with the blessing of Lightning God Temple and his strong defense, it was not impossible for him to deal with a great sage. He raised the strongest defense in the world and attacked a foreign race great sage. The demon subduing pestle in his hand surged with a holy aura. He swung it fiercely at the foreign race great sage. The monk attacked decisively and cunningly. He specifically targeted the great sage without a saint weapon. This way, he would not suffer too much. The aura of the saint weapon surged violently, bringing a sense of danger. The foreign race great sage had no choice but to turn his head and hit the demon subduing pestle with his palm. Boom! The palm print and the demon subduing pestle collided. Powerful energy shook. The palm print instantly exploded, and the demon subduing pestle flew backward. The monk who came after caught the flying demon subduing pestle. Then he descended from the sky and smashed it fiercely at the great sage's head. Chapter 2430. The monk's attack was full of power. The power of the Buddhist treasure, the demon-subduing pestle, in addition to the power of good and evil in the monk's body, made this attack feel like it could tear apart the space of the lightning divine palace. The demon-subduing pestle came down forcefully, distorting the space. Even a great saint would feel threatened by such an attack. Looking at this attack, the great saint's expression changed. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and an energy square seal appeared out of thin air. Then it went against the heavens and went towards the monk. Boom! The two collided. Intense energy distorted as the demon-subduing pestle and the energy square seal clashed. After the stalemate lasted for a few breaths, the energy square seal exploded with a loud bang. The monk's body was sent flying backward by the shockwave of energy. As he was sent flying, his body shone brightly. His strongest defense was activated, constantly dispelling the energy. As the violent energy was dispelled, he charged forward without hesitation and continued with the same attack as before. Just like that, facing a great saint monk, he, who was only at the peak of the saint ruler realm, launched one attack after another. Although these attacks could not hurt his opponent, they definitely restrained him. On the other hand, the great saint of the foreign race could not do anything to the monk. The foreign races who were watching from afar were all shocked. Many of them were at the peak of the saint ruler realm, but if they asked themselves honestly, they definitely did not have such strong battle prowess as the monk. If they were lucky, they could block 2 attacks from a great saint. If they were unlucky, they would be wiped out instantly. But obviously, the arrival of a monk could not change the situation of the battle. There were still many great saints of the foreign races surrounding the green dragon, great saint, and the rest. The few great saints were retreating. The foreign races had the advantage in numbers. At this moment, the sound of rolling thunder came from the horizon. The thunder was so loud that even the vibrating energy between the great saints could not cover it. A mighty thunder dragon appeared in the sky, and a figure with lightning flashing all over his body rode on the dragon and came over. The man and the dragon both emitted a dazzling and blinding lightning. Even the great saints could not cover up the light on their bodies. The 2 of them quickly came to the battlefield. After seeing the situation, the young man on the lightning dragon said indifferently, "Bullying us with numbers? You foreign races are really shameless. Lay long, let's go. Let them experience our strength in this lightning divine palace." A human and a dragon, a lightning spirit and a lightning dragon. The 2 of them had a great connection with the lightning divine hall. As soon as the thunder spirit finished speaking, the thunder dragon responded with a resonant dragon roar. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, causing the space to tremble. The entire lightning divine palace seemed to be trembling as the sky constantly distorted. A vortex of lightning circled around it, appeared above their heads. A thick bolt of lightning shot out of the vortex and crashed down from the heavens, heading straight for one of the great saints. This scene was extremely grand. Furthermore, the might of the lightning was also unimaginably powerful. It seemed to contain the will of the lightning divine hall. The great saint looked up, his expression grave. The power of a great saint swirled around him as he gave up on pursuing Lei Long and focused all his energy on dealing with Lei Long's attack. I'll let you live for a while. Looking at the cautious great saint, the thunder spirit snorted coldly before turning around and charging towards the second great saint. Just as he was charging forward, another vortex appeared above his head. However, this time what appeared from the vortex was no longer lightning. Instead, it was a long spear that flashed with the light of lightning. The moment the long spear appeared, the void distorted as a powerful aura swept through the heavens and earth. This was not just the aura of a sacred weapon. There was also a kind of will within it. It seemed to be the will of the lightning divine palace, but it also seemed more like the will of the lightning god. The thunder spirit grabbed the long spear and charged towards the second great saint. The foreign races in the distance were all dumbfounded and shocked. On the side of the life star, only 3 sacred kings had come. However, they were able to block 3 great saints. Powerful great saints were actually unable to take down low-level existences. Boom! Just as they were incomparably shocked, a violent aura of a great saint came from the horizon. It was an old man from the life star. In his hand, he held a huge hammer used for smithing. The huge hammer emitted the aura of a sacred weapon. When he arrived on the battlefield, he swung the hammer. It was as if he was striking a piece of metal. A great saint of a foreign race was sent flying. He was the disciple of the craftsman ancestor. His weapon-forging skills had been passed down by the craftsman ancestor to the point of perfection. This kind of skill could also be used in battle. Now that he had a sacred weapon, his battle prowess naturally surpassed that of a great saint. He did not waste words. He came to the battlefield to fight. The power of a great saint surged again. However, this time, it was the power of a foreign race great saint. However, before the foreign races could cheer, they saw an unbelievably beautiful woman. After arriving on the battlefield, she actually attacked Great Saint Foundational and the others. It was Fairy Ling Shuang. Although she was of a foreign race, she was from the Life Star. She held a sacred sword in her hand. This was something Zi Qin had brought out from the City of God. With the sacred sword in hand, her battle prowess was enhanced by 20%. Naturally, she could suppress those of the same level. A moment later, Great Saint Yinzhong also appeared. He also held a sacred weapon. On the Life Star, there were fewer great saints. However, each of them had a sacred weapon. In addition, with the enhancement of their power, it was not a problem for them to fight 1 against 2. Even so, the number of great saints of the foreign races far outnumbered them. Therefore, the situation was still very unfavorable for the Life Star. The White Tiger Grand Sage, facing the attacks of several great saints of the foreign races, kept retreating. Gradually, it became more and more difficult. Chi! A sharp attack caught him off guard and came from the side. Swoosh! An illusory light appeared from the horizon. It blocked the White Tiger Grand Sage's side and dispersed the attack of a great saint of the foreign races. In the distance, a woman in white was flying towards them. Her appearance was comparable to Fairy Ling Shuang's, and her eyes, which were as gentle as water, were filled with coldness at this moment. She was Su Mengyao, the fairy in Zi Chen's heart, the fairy in the hearts of the Wuji sect cultivators. She was also the fairy in the hearts of all the cultivators in the Tianwu continent. Her way of ethereal inaction opened a new era of Taoism. Before coming to the Thunder Divine Temple, the monk and the others were able to break through to the sage ruler stage, all because of her Taoism. She appeared beside the White Tiger Grand Sage and took the initiative to block a great saint of the foreign races for him. However, although her Taoism was unique, her attack was relatively weak. Against a great saint, she could only passively defend. "Sister, I'm here to help you." A soft cry came from afar. Another beautiful woman came. She was dressed in green. With every step she took, a green lotus formed from light appeared under her feet, supporting her forward. She was Lin Shui, the former disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. She received the complete inheritance of Qing Nu. It was very rare for her to have such achievements. She came before Su Mengyao and fought the great saint with her. She was also at the peak of the sage ruler stage. Speaking of the Nimbus martial ancestor, only she, Su Mengyao, and Ziqin were still alive. They could not take down their opponents, and more reinforcements came from the Life Star. Although they were all sage rulers, what was depressing was that these sage rulers could block the great saints. This made the grand sage of the Foundation Essence's expression turn ugly. Then he looked around and realized that another sage ruler was coming. He shouted, "Go and stop him!" His words were clearly directed at the sage rulers of the foreign races. Now they could only rely on them to stop the enemy. These sage rulers acknowledged and immediately rushed forward. In every place there were strong cultivators. From their point of view, there were already many sage rulers who were comparable to great saints on the Life Star. They believed that the enemy in front of them would not be so strong. After all, there were only a few strong cultivators in the world. The sage ruler in front was a black ape with scales all over his body. He held a black rod in his hand and rushed forward. After seeing these saint rulers blocking the way, a cold-killing intent flashed through his crimson eyes. The sage rulers of the foreign races did not stop. The two sides soon met, and the black ape slapped forward. Black light appeared on his palm. Like chains, they quickly wrapped around the bodies of the sage rulers of the foreign races. In the next moment, they felt the energy in their bodies rapidly depleting. Their bodies quickly lost control of this energy. Their faces were filled with shock. They did not understand what was going on. At this moment, the black ape raised the black rod in his hand and swept it forward. In an instant, the patterns on the black rod lit up. The powerful aura of a sage weapon completely exploded. Boom! 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 The black rod landed on the sage rulers. Sounds of explosions rang out. The sage rulers who had lost control of their bodies exploded under the might of the black rod. In an instant, sage blood splattered everywhere. Broken corpses fell to the ground. It had killed several saint rulers in a single moment. This completely stunned all the saint rulers who had come after it. They immediately stopped and stood there, staring at the scarlet-eyed black ape in shock. The black ape glanced at them. These sage rulers were terrified. They quickly retreated, not daring to stop the black ape. But the sage ruler who had just retreated suddenly felt something strange beside him. Before he could turn to look, a sword light pierced through his neck. He turned to look, but did not see anything. Then he felt the blood in his body spurting out continuously. His vitality was quickly depleting. His face was filled with confusion and shock. He did not understand what was going on. In the next moment, his soul was destroyed. At the same time, the others beside him encountered the same situation. Before they could understand what was going on, their vitality had already disappeared one by one. In the distance, the foreign races saw clearly that every time the void flickered, a black shadow would appear and stab at them. His movements were swift, and the speed at which he attacked was so fast that they were unable to detect anything unusual. As the last sage ruler fell, the void returned to normal. The black ape had already rushed to the battlefield and launched a fierce attack at a supreme saint of the foreign races. Chapter 2431. These people were all Ziqin's friends. They were all saint kings and could fight against great saints. The black rod in the demon ape's hand smashed down. Dark light swirled around the black rod as runes flickered. A powerful aura surged. This was the supreme treasure of the Skybreaker lineage. Under various opportunities, it had been completely repaired and became a saint weapon again. Boom! The black rod smashed down forcefully. The energy on the great saint's body sputtered as he retreated. The demon ape took a step forward. Demonic light swirled around his body. His entire body became huge, comparable to a giant mountain. Even the black rod in his hand was growing crazily. He smashed down with the rod again. This rod was like a heavenly rod. With vast power, it swept up the space and smashed towards the great saint. Boom! The violent energy wreaked havoc. The great saint was sent flying. His face was filled with shock and anger. Again, red light flashed in the demon ape's eyes. He took 2 steps forward. The void was trembling. Demonic chi swirled around his body as he smashed down for the 3rd time. His attack was extremely terrifying. The entire world was shaking. Under his attack, the great saint kept retreating. His face was filled with shock. In another direction, Zhang Haotian's attacks came and went like a ghost. Even the great saints could not detect his location. They could only passively defend. His every attack was so unexpected. If the great saint's defense was not strong enough, the special stone sword would not be able to break through. This great saint would have died long ago. The group of foreign races in the distance looked at the battlefield. Their faces were filled with shock. On the side of the Life Star, there were indeed very few great saints. However, there were too many genius saint kings. There were so many of them that they could almost hold their own and fight against a great saint. Such combat strength was terrifying. The group of foreign race experts was shocked. However, they did not dare to rush forward. That black ape and that human had killed too many saint kings. Unless the elites on their side made a move, they had no chance of winning. Light flowed in the sky. This time, there were a total of 8 people. Among the 8, there were 4 peak saint kings and 4 peak saints. Different auras surged around them as they approached. After seeing the battle ahead, the 4 saints chose to stop. As for the 4 peak saint rulers, they continued forward and joined the battle. The 4 of them controlled the sun, moon, star, and thunder respectively. Their battle prowess was no weaker than the other peak saint kings. Right now, they each found a supreme saint as their opponent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that the Life Star had so many powerful saint kings. Is this the foundation of a Life Star? Wasn't this too terrifying? Once they all break through to become saint kings, who can do anything to them? In the distance, Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who had chosen to remain neutral, looked at this battlefield with shock on their faces. He thought that his battle prowess was tyrannical, and that there were few who could match him in the same level. However, after seeing these people, his confidence was shaken. He did not have the confidence to defeat any of these saint kings who fought against great sages, as expected of a place called the Land of Miracles. These people's battle prowess is indeed strong. Each of them is a genius. If they are allowed to grow and become great sages, I believe none of them will be able to leave alive. However, such a stunning existence will inevitably attract the attention of others. I'm afraid that before he can mature, he will die prematurely. The great saint of the Jia Tu family was also amazed by the battle prowess of these saint kings. However, he was also worried about their future. The appearance of these saint kings directly ruined the plan of Great Saint Foundation origin. However, the battle had already begun. Naturally, it couldn't be stopped. In Great Saint Foundation Origin's view, these Saint Kings' battle prowess was indeed not weak. However, they couldn't erupt with such powerful battle prowess for a long time. There would be a time when they would run out of strength. When that time came, it would naturally be time for them to catch them all in one fell swoop and completely destroy the future of the Life Star. They're too strong. In the distance, a young man with sparkling starlight around him said. His eyes were filled with envy. He was called Liang Xing. One day, we will be as strong as them. Beside the young man, a young man shrouded in lightning said confidently. The young man was called Lei Bao. The other young man was called Yao Yang, and the young woman was called Yin Xing. They possessed the souls of the 4 great ancient ancestors. They were suspected to be the 4 great ancient ancestors who had been reborn. Call those aristocratic family disciples and heaven-defying experts to attack. Great Saint Foundation Origin's cold voice came from the horizon. Among the crowd, heaven-defying experts and aristocratic family disciples flew out. Their realms were all at the Saint King realm. Apparently, they came here to stop the experts of the Life Star. In the distance, the experts of the Life Star were still arriving. Among them were Hei Long, Jin Peng, Man Shi, Wu Xie, Long Hu Sovereign, Flying Divine Tiger, Wang Xian Shangguan Yu and others. The people who had been named by Zi Qin arrived one after another. They were all at the peak of the Saint King realm. This wasn't a coincidence. Zi Qin didn't just give them a boost in energy, he also gave them a boost in luck, allowing each of them to encounter fortuitous encounters. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as an azure dragon flew over from the horizon. It was a barbaric dragon, also known as an azure dragon. It had the bloodline of the Azure Dragon Great Sage and was very likely to become the next Azure Dragon Great Sage. It flew over from the horizon and used its strong body to rush at the foreign race geniuses, blocking its way, sending them flying. Because their energy was suppressed, the foreign race geniuses' combat strength was also limited. They couldn't compare to those who had 20% of their energy. Roar! After the dragons, roar came the tiger's roar. Flying Divine Tiger didn't want to be outdone. He transformed into his true form and charged into the center of the battlefield, fighting with a foreign race great saint. Immediately after, the dragon's roar and tiger's roar sounded at the same time. Longhu followed closely behind, teaming up with Flying Divine Tiger to fight against a great saint. Wang Xian, and Shangguan Yu teamed up to block a great saint. Jin Peng and Hei Long also teamed up to block a great saint. As for Man Shi and the rest, they fought against the foreign race geniuses after they appeared. Perhaps in the outside world, both sides were evenly matched. Perhaps Man Shi and the rest were at a disadvantage. However, in the Lightning Divine Palace, they had the absolute upper hand. However, they still couldn't kill them. After all, there were too many foreign race geniuses. Scram! Monk's roar resounded through the world. The demon, subduing pestle in his hand, turned into a ray of light and attacked the great saint in front of him. At the same time, he put his palms together and sat cross-legged in midair. Buddhist light surrounded him, and his expression was peaceful and benevolent. Behind him, the void distorted, and a huge golden Buddha body appeared. The golden Buddha body was an enlarged version of Monk. There was a Buddhist light behind his head, and a sacred aura spread in all directions. This sacred aura formed a domain that enveloped the foreign race great saint. Then, the 6 syllables mantra appeared from Monk's mouth. Om, Ma, and I, Ba, Me, Ma. This was the complete 6 syllables mantra, known as one of the strongest divine abilities in the world. It formed a strange wave that rushed toward the foreign race great saint. Within the divine domain, the foreign race great saint's expression changed drastically. He coughed out blood and was sent flying. The huge Buddha behind Monk reached out and grabbed the demon subduing pestle. The demon, subduing pestle, rapidly enlarged in his hand and smashed toward the foreign race great saint. Pooh! The foreign race great saint coughed out blood again and was sent flying out of the divine domain. After 2 strikes, the Buddha behind Monk dissipated. The demon, subduing pestle, returned to its normal size and fell into Monk's hand. Monk stood up. His face was slightly pale. He didn't care about the huge consumption of energy just now. Holding the demon, subduing pestle, he smashed it toward the foreign race great saint. For a moment, the powerful Monk forced the foreign race great saint to retreat continuously. He coughed out blood as he retreated. Such a fierce performance shocked the people in the distance. This great saint was unlucky to have met Monk. He was the only great saint who was in such a sorry state. In other places, the geniuses at the peak of the Saint King stage were not as reckless as Monk. They fought steadily. They didn't want to suppress the great saints. They only wanted to stop them. The Azure Dragon Great Saint and the others were at least fighting 1 against 2. The battle was very intense. Energy shook continuously. The aura of saint weapons was rampant. Both sides had saint weapons. The void in the horizon distorted. A tall figure came from the horizon. After feeling this aura, the azure dragon great saint and the others were stunned. They were surprised. This person was from the same era as them. They had always thought that he had fallen. They didn't expect him to appear now. He was the first to appear among the great sages who were awakened by Zichen. When he arrived, he swept his gaze across the crowd. When he saw Tyrant and the others, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes before a gratified look appeared on his face. These people were the rising stars of the future. They would be the ones who carried the life star for many years, just like them in the past. How nostalgic! He licked his lips. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he charged toward the battlefield. The great battle had come early, which caught everyone off guard. In a situation where death was certain, Monk and the others came to help. The battle was now at a stalemate. Even the saint kings of the foreign races had suffered great losses. However, the battle was still not optimistic. All the saint kings who could fight equally with the great saints were consuming more and more energy. However, they couldn't do anything to the great saints. Now, none of the great saints of the foreign races had died. However, the people on the Life Star were consuming more and more energy. There were only two ways to break the stalemate. One was for all the great saints of the Life Star to gather here and fight against the great saints of the foreign races. Then, they would slowly consume their energy. This method wasn't practical at the moment. Among the millions of foreign races that came later, there were other great saints of the foreign races. In terms of numbers, the Life Star couldn't gain the upper hand. The second method was for a powerful existence to break the stalemate and destroy the foreign races. However, this method was more difficult than the first. Facing such a situation, only God could break the stalemate. However, God wasn't on their side. Both of them weren't practical. The situation on the battlefield was slowly changing. The cultivators on this side of the Life Star were in a perilous situation. Chapter 2432. The battlefield at this moment was extremely wide. Because the battle between great saints was terrifying, even the energy waves were terrifying. Ordinary saints and saint kings did not dare to get close at all. When the two arrived and saw the chaotic battlefield, the sacred thunder beast exclaimed, "Is this a final battle?" Zichen's spiritual sense had been fully released. He could now overlook the entire situation. After seeing the dozens of foreign race great saints, he nodded and said, "I think so." The sacred thunder beast looked excited. "In that case, let's end this quickly." After witnessing Zi Chen's powerful combat strength, he was not worried about the current situation at all. If they needed a game breaker to change the situation on the battlefield, then this game breaker had arrived. Zi Chen nodded. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The sacred thunder beast rushed forward and went straight to the battlefield. He wanted to help some of the dangerous beings. Zi Chen followed behind. As he moved forward, he controlled the saber spirit with his spiritual thoughts. The saber spirit flew in all directions. Every time the saber spirit swept past, one or several alien race experts who were in the midst of battle would fall. This way of fighting was similar to a sneak attack. It seemed a little too shameless. However, when it concerned the life and death of the entire Life Star, winning was the only criterion. Any unscrupulous attacks were for the sake of winning. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the saber spirit went, the great saints fell from the sky and died. Zi Chen was like the Grim Reaper. Wherever he went on the battlefield, there would be death. The other great saints noticed the abnormality. Some of them chose to retreat and avoid Zi Chen's attack range. There was also a group of people who directly charged towards Zichen. Puff! Puff! However, not many of them could reach Zichen. Most of them were killed by the saber spirit halfway. This way of killing was much more terrifying than the devil ape and Zhang Haoyan. Die. A powerful, heaven-defying cultivator rushed in front of Zichen. He was also a Saint King, but he had not obtained the opportunity to enter the peak stage of Saint King. However, as a heaven-defying cultivator, he was still very strong. Previously, he had even used his own strength to block Mansher's attack. The sharp blade light shot straight for Zichen. This was a heaven-defying weapon. Although it wasn't a saint weapon, it was stronger than a celestial weapon. Seeing this attack, Zichen's expression didn't change, and he punched forward. Bang! Fist radiance flickered and struck the weapon, causing it to shatter in an instant. At the same time, the fist light moved forward and hit the heaven-defying cultivator in the chest. Boundless energy surged out, and this heaven-defying expert was sent flying by a single punch. His vitality was quickly draining away as he was sent flying backwards. Poof! Puff! Pooh! During this time, 3 nearby outsider experts were killed by the saber spirit. Zichen seemed to have entered a no-man's land. Wherever he passed, the outsider experts died. The cultivators from the Life Star were unusually excited. After losing their opponents, they bowed to Zichen from afar, then turned around and killed in other directions. The entire battlefield had expanded. Zichen's killing did not attract much attention, nor did it cause any panic. He was walking towards the center of the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the outsider experts would make way for him. They were very frightened, and no one dared to attack him. They were all Saint Kings, but this one was undoubtedly a little too strong. In the battlefield, a group of great saints of the outsider races were attacking fiercely, and the Saint Kings were in a precarious situation. Zichen's spiritual consciousness quickly scanned. Wherever there was danger, he would go there first. Within the range of his spiritual consciousness, he could see all the battles clearly. Suddenly, Zichen frowned, and a cold, killing intent appeared on his face. The heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back, and he disappeared in a flash. On the battlefield, Su Mengyao and Lin Shui were jointly fighting against a great saint. This great saint was tall and thin and wore a loose robe. His attacks were extremely fierce. Even though he had weakened his battle strength by 20%, he was still the one who attacked Su Mengyao and Lin Shui. The two in the battle kept retreating, and their consumption was increasing. Gradually, they were unable to hold on. At this moment, the battlefield was in a stalemate. Both sides were thinking about how to break the stalemate. After the great saint glanced at the battlefield, he looked a little hesitant. Then he put away the long sword in his hand, and in the next moment, a saber appeared in his hand. The moment this dazzling saber appeared, he swung it at Lin Shui in front of him. Go to hell! The saber was very fast, so fast that it completely exceeded Lin Shui's expectations. More importantly, the saber was surging with the aura of a saint weapon. A great saint was already terrifying and powerful. Once a saint weapon was used, it would be the maximum battle strength that a human could achieve in the world. The sudden saber made Lin Shui's expression change drastically. Her beautiful face turned pale, and she kept retreating. Her body shone with green light, and a huge green lotus appeared out of thin air, protecting her body. Bang! Her reaction was very timely, but it was not very useful. As the saber came, the powerful pressure caused the green lotus to shatter, and the saber edge swept towards Lin Shui. The huge gap in strength between the two sides was also fully revealed at this moment. Seeing that Lin Shui was about to be cut by the saber, a psychedelic light flickered beside her. It was Su Mengyao who came behind her, struck out a light of energy and wrapped her body and pulled her back. Shui Lin dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, but the dazzling blade light continued to extend towards Su Mengyao. Previously, if she took the initiative to retreat, she could naturally avoid this attack. But she chose to protect Lin Shui, so she could not escape. After all, her opponent was a great saint with a saint weapon. Sister! Lin Shui, who was flying backwards, saw this scene and cried out involuntarily. Su Mengyao put up her own defense, and the way of indiscernible inaction made her figure become illusory, as if she was hidden in the void, faintly discernible. It's useless. The great saint's expression was cold, and the saber light slashed out instantly. This was the attack he made after careful consideration. It was an attack made in the middle of taking and giving up. Besides the element of surprise, it was more of an all-out attack. How could a mere saint ruler be a match for him? One should know that he had planned to use this attack when the divine opportunity appeared and when he fought with other great saints. Seeing that Su Mengyao was about to die under this attack, a beam of light flew over from afar. This light was extremely fast, or rather, it was flying over here a long time ago. The light arrived in front of Su Mengyao. It was a small saber with strong power, or rather, a flying saber. It arrived in front of Su Mengyao and collided with the great saint's attack head-on. Bang! There was a huge difference between the grades of the two sides, and now, facing the full-force attack of the great saint with a holy weapon, it shattered instantly. A burst of berserk energy appeared out of thin air and shot out in all directions together with the shattered dagger. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shattered small saber slashed across Su Mengyao's cheeks, and 2 bloody scars immediately appeared on her beautiful face, with blood flowing out. At the same time, a surge of energy fell on her body, directly shaking her body and sending her flying backward. The cold great saint's attack brushed past her flying body and cut off a corner of her white robe. A corner of her white robe fell from the sky. Su Mengyao had already stabilized herself in the air, and besides the 2 bloody scars on her beautiful face, there was more fear. Her life was saved, but she still had the lingering fear of surviving a disaster, and her face was ghastly pale. Lin Shui rushed up and hugged Su Mengyao, and tears flowed out of her eyes as she kept crying. If it wasn't for this sudden attack, Su Mengyao would have died just now. She had died for her. How could she be at ease? How could she explain this to Zichen and the other sisters? Fortunately, the most dangerous situation didn't happen. The great saint's proud face revealed anger at this moment. He looked around and shouted coldly, "Who is it? Which damned person is it?" No one answered, or rather, the people fighting didn't have the time to answer. A ray of light appeared in front of the great saint. It was Zichen with the heavenly thunder wings. His expression was cold, and his eyes were surging with cold, killing intent. When he appeared, his aura had already locked onto this great saint of a foreign race. If he didn't have the spiritual sense to control the situation, if he didn't have the fastest speed in the world, if he didn't know how to use the thunder saber, if he didn't have so many ifs and coincidences, Su Mengyao would have died just now, right in front of his eyes. This was something he didn't want and didn't dare to see. Therefore, without waiting for the great saint to speak, he said indifferently, "You must die." The foreign race great saint smiled coldly, looked at Zichen disdainfully, and said, "You?" He had the right to be arrogant because he was a great saint, and a great saint who had a sacred weapon. Even if he lost 20% of his combat strength, he was still the top human expert in this world. Therefore, he raised the sacred saber in his hand towards Zichen and slashed out with his strongest attack. A waterfall of saber light shot out from the sacred saber, and the pressure of a great saint madly rushed towards Zichen. This scene was very important to the great saint. It was definitely enough to kill this reckless heavenly realm expert, even if he was a heaven-defying cultivator. However, in Zichen's eyes, this attack was completely ineffective. He didn't even need to use the power of the heavenly god's bone to easily neutralize this pressure. Under the cold gaze of the great saint, the saber fell on Zichen and then cut through his body. Behind him, when Su Mengyao and Lin Shui saw the scene, their beautiful faces turned pale. Swoosh! The saber passed through Zichen's body, crushing Zichen's flesh. The cold expression on the great saint's face froze as he sensed something unusual. The 2 women were also shocked, but then they felt relieved. It was a false alarm. The tears on Lin Shui's face didn't even fall. You're too slow." At this moment, Zi Chen's indifferent voice sounded behind the foreign race great saint. Chapter 2433. The great saint who almost killed Su Mengyao heard Zi Chen's voice behind him. He was surprised by Zi Chen's dodging speed. But that was all. He didn't care about the rest. Therefore, there were many saint kings here, and many of them could fight a great saint. But other than that monk, he had never seen a saint king who could make a great saint vomit blood, let alone kill one. Even if that assassin-like fellow could appear and disappear unpredictably, making it impossible to pinpoint his exact location. So what? A great saint's defense couldn't be broken by a mere saint king. Therefore, when he heard Zi Chen's voice behind him, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he was delighted. His lips curled into a cold smile. He flipped the saint's sword in his hand, turned around, and slashed behind him. His speed was very fast, and he ignored the attacks that might appear behind him. Just as he turned around, he saw a bright saber light coming at him from the corner of his eye. This attack was very strong, but it wouldn't take his life, the great saint thought. Puff! The sword light came before him, and the great saint's defense was instantly shattered. Then, the sword light swept past his neck, separating his head from his body. That powerful strike of his continued to weaken as it continued to move forward due to inertia. The flying head saw a headless body below, slashing people with a sword. It was a strange scene. The body was familiar, and the sword was very familiar. Clang! The saint's sword returned to its scabbard. Zi Chen stood where he was. The great saint's sword landed on his body with a clang. Zi Chen didn't move at all. He wasn't injured. The powerful rebound forced the great saint and his sword back. The retreating body took a few steps back in the air and then fell to the ground. The flying head saw that the battle nearby had stopped. Everyone turned around and looked at him in surprise, shock, or disbelief. He looked confused. At this moment, he seemed to understand what had happened. His face was also full of disbelief. He broke my defense. That body just now was mine. Then, he couldn't continue thinking. The surging soul fire was completely extinguished. Gao Fei's head also began to fall, falling to the ground. A great saint had fallen just like that. The battle in the distance was still going on, and they did not notice the abnormality in this place. On the nearby battlefield, there was a short pause. Everyone retracted their gazes from the dead great sage to Zi Chen, who was standing with his blade in hand. Their expressions were full of shock and disbelief. A great saint was killed just like that? Moreover, most of them didn't see clearly how this great saint was killed. They were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. However, for the Life Stars, this was naturally a good thing. They didn't care how this alien great saint died, as long as they could confirm that he was really dead. Su Mengyao and Xue Lin witnessed the death of their opponents with their own eyes. During this time, Zi Chen only attacked once. To all the saint kings, the strongest defense of a great saint did not affect him at all. The two of them were very clear about Zi Chen's combat strength. They knew that he was very strong, but they didn't think that he should be this strong. They were very happy, but at the same time shocked and confused. After sheathing his blade, Zi Chen looked at the two people in front of him. His gaze moved left and right. Xue Lin was not injured, but she was a little frightened. Su Mengyao had 2 streaks of blood on her face, and a corner of her clothes was cut off. After that, there were no other injuries. He nodded in satisfaction. As long as the two of them were not injured, it was fine. He only lost a heavenly weapon, and the blade's spirit in it had died, which made him a little sad. However, in order to save Su Mengyao, he had to make that choice. After nodding, his figure flashed, and he rushed toward the second alien great saint. His speed was very fast, and he kept flashing, making it impossible for others to track him accurately. Come on! A vicious glint flashed across the eyes of the great saint whose chi had been locked onto. The power of the great saint around him began to surge wildly. As he propped up his powerful defense, he also mobilized the power of the great saint and struck forward. Facing this attack, Zi-chan did not dodge, even if he could. He clenched his fist and rushed forward. His entire body was like a flash of golden light. The golden light he turned into pass through the great saint's attack and continued to rush toward the great saint. Behind him, the great saint's attack dissipated. The dazzling golden light arrived in front of the great saint and hit him in the abdomen. The defense around him shattered instantly, and a powerful force entered his body. The great saint's body bent like a shrimp, and blood and broken organs spurted out of his mouth and splattered on the ground. The powerful force was still surging. His bent body lost control and flew up into the sky. Zi-chan raised his head and looked at the great saint who was flying in the sky. He raised the scabbard in his left hand, and his right hand landed on the hilt of the saber. He unsheathed the saber. Swoosh! The bright saber light went against the sky, shining with golden light, and swept across the great saint's neck. At this moment, the great saint's face was full of shock. He knew very well what had happened during this time. This great saint's power was too strong. His body and head separated. After flying in the sky for a while, they both fell to the ground. The second great saint had died. The fact that two great sages had been dealt with so casually caused the shocked expressions of the surrounding outsiders to turn into ones of complete astonishment. Powerful great saints had been killed, just like that, and by a great saint at that. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. But this was the truth. Zi-chan rushed toward the third great saint. This great saint had a sacred weapon. His opponent was the demon ape. After the demon ape went berserk, his opponent couldn't withstand it, so he took out his sacred weapon to fight back. After that, the demon ape, who had expended a lot of energy, gradually retreated. Die! Seeing Zi-chan rushing toward him, he roared and slashed forward with the sword in his hand. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights appeared in the sky. They formed a rain of swords and went straight for Zi-chan. Zi-chan, who was rushing forward, unsheathed his saber once again. A shining saber arc enlarged as it went forward, clashing with the rain of swords. Swoosh! 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 The saber arc swept past, and the rain of swords dissipated. Zi-chan rushed forward, using his extreme speed to reach the great saint. At this moment, the great saint's face was filled with shock. At the same time, he roared and slashed down with his sword. Clang! Zi-chan punched out forcefully. His fist met the sword, and a loud clang rang out. At the same time, a powerful force knocked the great saint's sacred weapon out of his hand. The shock on the great saint's face turned into fear. Without hesitation, he began to retreat, preparing to flee. Although it was a bit laughable to run from a great saint, he could sense that this great saint in front of him was simply unbeatable. Although his cultivation level was still at the great saint ruler realm, his battle prowess had long surpassed that of a great saint. Perhaps even a god wouldn't be able to do anything to him. You can't escape. Seeing the retreating great saint, Zi-chan's cold voice rang out, and he unsheathed his saber once again. Extreme reverse slash. The fleeing great saint's body slanted diagonally, and after a certain distance he fell to the ground. The third great saint died. On this battlefield, the aura of three great saints disappeared. This was very obvious, and for a moment, many people's attention turned to this side. And then, right before their very eyes, the fourth fleeing great saint was killed. Then the fifth. They witnessed with their own eyes that in an extremely short period of time, two great saints were killed. Moreover, both of them were killed while fleeing. Everyone's faces were filled with shock at first. Then this shock turned into shock, and finally into horror and ecstasy. These were two completely different emotions. Good lad! After seeing this scene, the green dragon great sage and the others revealed smiles on their faces, and they were very excited. At this moment, Zi-chan was clearly powerful, and he was an existence that could turn the tide. With his appearance, The entire situation of the battle had changed because of him. In this great battle, they would naturally be the victorious side. Zichen was so powerful. All they could do was persevere and not die, and wait for Zichen to kill them one by one. How can this be? Compared to the others, the Foundation Great Sage and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. This human, heaven-defying, was clearly only a great saint. How could he ignore the great saint's defense? And now, the seventh great saint was already dead. His cultivation level is very low, but his attack is a little special. Go and surround him. The Foundation Great Sage reacted quickly and immediately transmitted his voice. Immediately, for great saints rushed out from the crowd and attacked Zichen. After killing the great saint in front of him, Zichen sensed that the 4 foreign race great saints were closing in, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. He was never afraid of being surrounded, so why would he care about 4 mere great saints? He stood where he was, waiting for the 4 great saints to come closer. When they were within his approved attack range, the lightning wings on his back flapped and his figure disappeared. In the first flash, he appeared beside the first great saint, and instead of sheathing his long saber, he slashed down on his opponent's body. The saber arc swept past the great saint's body. Then his figure disappeared again. In the second flash, he appeared in front of the second great saint and slashed again. Then, in the third flash and the fourth flash, he stood in front of the last great saint. And now, that great saint was falling to the ground, his vitality completely gone. In a short while, more than 10 foreign race great saints were killed. If this continued, all the foreign race great saints here would be killed by Zichen. Go! The Foundation Great Sage no longer hesitated and gave the order to retreat. However, it would be difficult for them to escape successfully. The Green Dragon Grand Sage and the others were still there. They would not allow their enemies to escape and come back again. Therefore, they all displayed their powerful strength to stop the great saints from escaping. The monk and the others also used their strength to stop them. Zichen, on the other hand, was killing them. Chapter 24:34. The entrance to the 7th level of the Lightning Divine Temple was forcefully opened. A group of foreign races swarmed in, looking extremely terrified and disheveled. In this battle, the great sages of the foreign races suffered heavy casualties. The other races also suffered heavy losses. It could be said that the foreign races' advantage in numbers was no longer so obvious after this battle. More and more of them chose to remain neutral. The Foundation Great Sage escaped with heavy injuries. He used a method similar to the blood escape technique. The Azure Dragon Great Sage could not stop him. Some of the other great sages also escaped, but their numbers were relatively small. The battle that the Foundation Great Sage had arranged in advance caused them to suffer heavy casualties. It could be considered a complete failure. The cultivators from the Life Star all chased into the 7th level. They were determined to kill all of the foreign races. The Azure Dragon Great Sage and the others stopped. They did not immediately chase after them. Their attention was now on Zichen. In today's battle, Zichen turned the tide. With his strength alone, he killed more than 20 great sages of the foreign races. It was a magnificent feat. The others looked at Zichen with eyes full of admiration and respect. Zichen was the first in the history of the Life Star to be able to kill a great sage as a sage king. He's this generation's heaven-defying cultivator. Beside the Azure Dragon Great Sage, a tall man looked at Zichen and asked. The Azure Dragon Great Sage nodded and said, "Yes, he's Zichen. He's really strong." The man praised. And the young people of this generation. None of them can be underestimated. The Azure Dragon Great Sage sighed and said, "Yes, compared to our generation, this generation is indeed much stronger. Once they successfully become great sages, they will be the strongest pillars of the Life Star." Zichen flew over from afar. Su Mengyao and the rest followed beside him. The monk walked in front, almost shoulder to shoulder with Ziqin. He pestered Ziqin and asked him why he was so strong. Ziqin naturally could not answer this question. If he told the monk the truth, it would be bad if the monk had other thoughts. Ziqin, this is Gaodo, an expert from our era. The Green Dragon Grand Sage pointed at the tall man beside him and introduced him. Ziqin cupped his fists at Gaodo and bowed. Greetings, great sage. Gaodo quickly waved his hand and said, You are our leader. Why are you being so polite to me? Leader. Ziqin was slightly taken aback. Back then, the heaven-defying one was our leader. The Green Dragon Grand Sage smiled and said, Now that you have the power to kill a Grand Sage, you are naturally our leader. Ziqin scratched his head and said embarrassedly, How can I do that? I don't know anything about commanding. In fact, it wasn't just a command. It was also a burden. Leading all the experts on this life star to participate in the war of life and death, to bring peace and freedom to the life star, was something Shurien knew he couldn't do. Fortunately, the Green Dragon Grand Sage and the others did not force him to be the leader. After a short discussion, they decided that they should take advantage of this battle to kill off the Grand Sages of the foreign races. As long as these foreign race Grand Sages were gone, the following battle would be much easier. Everyone entered the 7th level and chased after the foreign races. As for Ziqin's goal, it was to kill the foreign race Grand Sages. At the same time, he created doppelgangers and sent them further away to kill the foreign races of other realms. The battle continued. Except for a few who could kill their enemies, most of the battles were evenly matched. Both sides suffered casualties. Puff! His long saber was unsheathed. With a flash of saber light, a human head flew high into the air. Looking at the dead foreign race Grand Sage, Ziqin, with the heavenly thunder wings on his back, flapping gently, coldly sheathed his saber. This was the 5th foreign race Grand Sage to die on the 7th level. At this moment, with his powerful spiritual sense, as long as he found traces of a foreign race Grand Sage, he would chase after them with extreme speed. None of the foreign race Grand Sages he saw could escape. To the foreign race Grand Sages, this was a disaster. They were like prey, being hunted down by Ziqin, an experienced hunter. During this period of time, there were a few existences who would occasionally encounter a fortuitous opportunity and directly disappear from the 7th level, which was why they were lucky enough to escape this calamity. At the same time, there were other foreign race Grand Sages who did not know what was going on. They were all killed by Ziqin with ease. There were more than 2 million foreign race experts here. In addition to the dozens of Grand Sages from before, there were also many Grand Sages in the group that came later. Because they were not deliberately cursed by Ziqin, they lost 10% of their strength. However, in front of Ziqin, 10% or 20% of their strength was the same. As long as they encountered him, it would be the death of these Grand Sages. For the people on the Life Star facing the foreign races had never been so carefree. Now, they were almost constantly running away, especially the Grand Sages. They did not dare to fight at all. They were afraid that their tracks would be exposed and they would be killed by Ziqin. Damn it! How can this Ziqin be so strong? Is he the reincarnation of the Divine Sun? A Grand Sage cursed in exasperation. He was a Grand Sage, the top existence in the world. Wherever he went, he would be respected. But today he was like a stray dog, constantly being chased. Even if he is the reincarnation of the Divine Sun, he is only a Grand Sage. How can he be so strong? We are Grand Sages, but we can only be slaughtered in front of him. That damned bastard. He's so strong that he can't be reasoned with. Another great saint beside him cursed. Grand Sage Foundation Element was silent. It was not that he did not want to curse, but his injuries were too serious. Coupled with the fact that he was running like crazy, he really did not have the strength to curse. Something we don't know about must have happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Grand Sage Foundation Element thought, but he had no evidence or clues. The current situation was a complete mess. The people on their side had all been defeated. In particular, these grand sages had developed a grudge against each other and did not dare to move forward together, because in front of Ziqin, numbers were not their advantage. Instead, they would be at a disadvantage, and he would be the first to chase after them. After the previous battle, no one thought that they could escape from Ziqin's pursuit. What should we do now? Do we just keep running like this? A grand sage said helplessly. Grand sages were like rats crossing the street. It was indeed very sad. Grand Sage Foundation Element looked at the faintly appearing door and said, "Let's go to the 8th level first. There should be an opportunity to become a god there. If we want to escape from Ziqin's pursuit, we can only become a god." Become a god? It's easy to say, but the Lightning Divine Palace has been open for so many years. Has anyone ever become a god? How will we know if we don't try? These grand sages did not stop and started to charge forward. Soon, they reached the end of the 7th level, where the entrance to the 8th level was. Because they were worried that Ziqin would kill them, these grand sages worked together and opened the entrance to the 8th level at the fastest speed possible. As the entrance to the 8th level opened, a beautiful light shone on them. Then they disappeared from where they were. Just as these grand sages disappeared, a ray of light descended from the sky and landed in front of the tunnel, turning into a figure wearing battle armor. He was the one who warned Ziqin that he might never be able to return. He looked at the open tunnel in front of him, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then he disappeared into thin air. More and more grand sages arrived and rushed towards the 8th level. Ziqin, the Green Dragon Grand Sage, and the others had also arrived. They did not hesitate and directly entered the 8th level. When they reached the 8th level, it was still a massacre. Damn it, where's the opportunity? Where's the opportunity to become a god? In the 8th level, such cries could be heard occasionally. One by one, powerful grand sages of the grand sages fell. Do we really have to go to the 9th level? Some grand sages were unwilling to give up and madly rushed forward. Swoosh! A ray of light appeared in front of him and turned into Ziqin's figure. Seeing Ziqin, this grand sage's expression changed drastically. He turned and ran. Other than fear, there was more despair on his face. At this moment, the fastest speed in the world had become their most fatal speed. Unless their own speed was faster than the fastest speed, they would die without a doubt when facing Ziqin. Even if they used something similar to the blood escape, it was still difficult to shake off Ziqin. Uft! Another grand sage of the grand sages fell in front of him. After Ziqin kept his saber, he looked up at the sky and frowned. In his line of sight, there was a floating palace that was flashing with the light of thunder. This was the only floating building in the area. However, when the people around him flew past, he did not see anyone flying in the air. His spiritual will was still expanding. He found another grand sage of the grand sages. He shifted his gaze away from the floating palace and continued to kill the grand sage of the grand sages. As he rushed forward, Ziqin, who was far away from the palace, suddenly felt a calling from the palace. However, he didn't care about this and continued to kill. After killing 4 grand sages of the grand sages of the grand sages, the calling became stronger. Moreover, the palace always appeared in front of him. As he moved forward, he met the devil ape who was chasing after the grand sage of the grand sages. Ziqin asked the devil ape if he saw the floating palace above him. The devil ape shook his head. Floating palace? I say, is there something wrong with your head? If there was a floating palace here, I would have gone in long ago. Why would I waste my time here? The monk looked at Ziqin as if he was an idiot. Ziqin looked up at the palace. The calling was still there. He frowned and pondered. At the same time, he used his spiritual will to explore further. This level was bigger. After 1 million people entered, it would not be crowded. In fact, he could not see anyone for a long time. When the monk saw Ziqin's serious expression, he said in surprise, "Is what you said true? There's really a floating palace here?" Zichen nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring me with you. The monk said impatiently, Maybe it's an opportunity to become a god. Zichen shook his head and said, You can't see it. You can't go in. If you don't bring me in, you'll never see me again, the monk said. Why? Because I'm dead. I was killed by someone else, the monk said. This is the Lightning Palace. It's full of danger. Without an opportunity, you will die. Chapter 2435. There was no doubt that Tyrant was extremely thick-skinned. When Zichen discovered the floating hall, he shamelessly followed Zichen and insisted on going in to take a look. Helpless, Zichen could only take Tyrant, and the two of them flew into the air. In front of him, the floating hall became clearer and clearer. However, in Tyrant's eyes, there was only emptiness and confusion. Tyrant, who was holding on to Zichen tightly, looked at the empty space in front of him and said, Zichen, are you kidding me? What's the point of teasing you? If I have the time to tease you, I might as well kill a few alien races. Zichen said lightly. Tyrant was obviously satisfied with this answer and didn't say anything else. Zichen stood in front of the floating hall, outside the closed door. The door was still shining with the light of thunder, and the call was still there. He was about to open the door and enter. Tyrant still didn't see anything, but he still held onto Zichen's hand tightly. Zichen looked forward and said, Let go! Tyrant shook his head and held onto Zichen even tighter. I won't let go, Zichen said helplessly. I'm going to open the door. Don't you still have the other hand? You can just open it with one hand. Tyrant still didn't let go. How can I open such a tall door with one hand? After saying that, Zichen suddenly swung his hand. A wave of energy shook Tyrant away. Tyrant had no choice but to stand behind Zichen. He looked at Zichen and warned, Zichen, don't think about. Before Tyrant could finish his words, Zichen had already opened the door. A dazzling light of thunder emerged from within. This dazzling light of thunder fell on Zichen, forming a suction force that sucked Zichen's body inside. In the blink of an eye, Zichen disappeared. Tyrant also saw the light of thunder, but unlike Zichen, when the light came to his side, it formed a strong, repulsive force. This repulsive force shook his body and sent him flying backward, further and further away. Zichen, you tricked me. Humph! Even without this opportunity, Lord Zeng can still get other opportunities. The monk who was sent flying shouted from afar. There was no sign of dejection on his face. Zichen had a special connection with the Lightning Divine Hall. This was something he was naturally clear about. He hadn't seen the main hall before, but he still followed Zichen because he had this connection. He wanted to take advantage of him. He was a little disappointed that he didn't manage to take advantage of her, but it was also within his expectations. This was the 8th level, and there should be other opportunities. The monk turned around and prepared to search for his own opportunities. He was at the peak of the Sage King stage, and was only one step away from the Great Sage stage. He hadn't gone far when he sensed powerful energy fluctuations. These were powerful fluctuations that only great sages could have. Clearly, great sages were fighting. Among them, there was also an aura that he was familiar with. He rushed in that direction without hesitation. Gao Do was a figure from the same era as the Azure Dragon Great Sage. Back then, he was also a famous expert. However, after many great battles, he completely disappeared. For a time, people thought that he had died and gradually forgot about him. This time he was awakened by Zichen and came to the Lightning Divine Hall. He was also the first existence to meet with the great sages. With a heaven-defying expert like Zichen and a rising star like the evil good monk, Gao Do was very optimistic about the future of the Life Star. He believed that the situation of many years would change in this generation. The passive Life Star would become strong. He was still tracking the traces of the great sages, but the 8th level was too big. This place was second only to the 9th level. He, who had been here before, was very clear that this was the limit that human cultivators could reach. In other words, ordinary people couldn't enter the 9th level, not even great sages. Everyone would stop at this level, and all opportunities would appear on this level, including the opportunity to become a god. Once he had seen the opportunity to become a god with his own eyes. As for whether he had become a god or not, he wasn't sure. However, this time he didn't see the opportunity to become a god, nor did he see the great sages. The first thing he saw was a person shining with colorful light. This person's aura was very unique. It was very similar to that of a great sage, but it was also somewhat different. The two of them were separated by a distance, but he still felt a sense of fear. Without a doubt, this was an expert that could even threaten his life. Great sages were known as the strongest fighting force in the world. Other than heaven-defying experts like Zichin, there was probably no one else who could threaten a great sage. However, at this moment, Gao Dou felt a threat to his life just from this person's aura. This could only prove that this person wasn't human. It was a god of the god race. Due to the unfriendly relationship between the life star and the god race, his expression changed slightly. He pretended not to see the other party and wanted to leave. However, the other party didn't ignore him and flew towards him. As he moved forward, Gao Dou felt a killing intent. His expression changed, and he had a bad feeling. He turned around, looked at the incoming god race, and said in a deep voice, "May I know who this friend is?" "Friend? How can an ant like you be worthy of being my friend?" The god race said coldly. He didn't hesitate to send a palm strike towards Gao Dou. A palm print emitting colorful light condensed in the sky. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura. This aura surpassed the aura of a great sage. It was the aura of a god. As expected of a god, Gao Dou's expression became extremely ugly. He clenched his hands into fists, mobilized his great sage power, and suddenly sent out 2 punches. 2 terrifying fist lights went straight for the palm print. Boom! Surging energy vibrated. The fist lights were shattered, and the palm print also exploded in midair. Gao Dou's figure was sent flying. His face was pale. Although he had 2 layers of energy support, there was still a big gap between him and the other party. Moreover, there were no signs of energy weakening on the other party's body. In other words, the curse of Lightning Divine Temple was ineffective against the god race. With just 1 exchange, the winner was decided. Gao Dou knew the gap between them and turned to leave. "You can't escape." The god race's expression was cold. With the fleet-foot stride, he quickly caught up with Gao Dou. Gao Dou turned around and sent out a powerful punch. Boom! The energy collided. He was sent flying again, coughing blood in midair. He was already injured. "You dare to attack me? What a reckless ant!" The god race said coldly. The surging great sage power was directly destroyed by the god race's power. Gao Dou was sent flying again, coughing blood. The difference between the 2 might not be big, but one had the power of a great sage, while the other had the power of a god. There was a huge difference between them. Gao Dou was no match for him. He kept retreating, and his life was in danger. The god race pursued him relentlessly, making it impossible for him to escape. At this moment, he felt 2 familiar auras coming towards him. After the great battle earlier, he knew very well who the owners of these 2 auras were. One was the evil good monk, an existence he admired. His fighting strength was extraordinary. Once he became a great sage, he would definitely be the leader of the Life Star. The other was the sky-splitting battle ape. His bloodline was very pure. Even compared to the first-generation sky-splitting battle ape, he was not inferior. Both of them were Saint Kings and also the future of the Life Star. Hence, Gao Dou, who was running away, stopped. He turned around to face this saint. The great sage power around him started to surge crazily. His eyes were resolute. At this moment, he chose to face him head-on, even if it meant death. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual consciousness, shouting at the 2 in different directions, "Retreat quickly. Don't come over." Since the great sage was in danger, the 2 naturally could not retreat. They did not reduce their speed at all. Retreat quickly. This is a god race. His fighting strength is very strong. I can't hold on much longer." Gao Dou's voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. The evil good monk and the demon ape stopped, their faces showing surprise. They thought the other party was just a great sage. They did not expect him to be a god race. Besides Yi Qian, they had never seen a second god race. However, Yi Qian was not a god race member yet because her fighting strength was relatively weak. In Gao Dou's words, there was a desperate will to die. The two stopped but did not retreat immediately. They were hesitant. Abandoning their companions like this was not their style. Retreat quickly. You are the future of the Life Star. This old man should have died long ago. Leave quickly. On the battlefield, Gao Dou rushed toward the god race member. His aura was still pushed to the limit. "Oh, there's still 2 small fries. Then let's die together." The god race member smiled coldly. Colorful light flashed on his body, and 2 clones appeared, one on the left and one on the right, rushing toward the demon ape and the monk. Although the 2 clones did not have the fighting strength of the original, they were definitely not something a Saint King could deal with. Moreover, the clones had the same technique as the original. After using the Fleetfoot step, their speed was very fast. Boom! The power of the great sage was violent. Gao Dou's powerful attack exploded in front of the god race member. However, it did not hurt him, only sent him flying back dozens of meters. Even so, it was enough to infuriate the god race member. His face was very ugly. He was ready to end the battle quickly and kill the human great sage in front of him. One of the clones chased after the demon ape. The clone was very fast. In an instant, it caught up with the demon ape. The latter did not plan to run away. Without saying anything, the demon ape swung the black stick in his hand at the clone of the god race member. The void distorted under the impact of the stick. The entire black stick exuded a powerful aura. In the face of the oncoming stick, the clone of the god race member only raised his palm. His palm carried the power of the god race, blocking in front of him. The black stick hit the palm, clashing with the power of the god race. A powerful aura raged, and the demon ape was sent flying. The great strength of both sides caused the demon ape's expression to change immediately. However, he still did not choose to run away. He steadied himself. Black light lingered around him. His whole body expanded like a giant. He held the enlarged black stick and smashed it down. Boom! The powerful blow hit the palm of the god race member. The powerful force instantly destroyed the power of the god race member in the palm. At the same time, the clone of the god race was sent flying in the air. However, the huge gap between the 2 sides made the demon ape unable to destroy the clone. The clone rolled a few times and got up. He stared at the demon ape as if he was looking at a dead man. In his eyes, the demon ape was already a dead man. He formed a seal with his hands, ready to kill this reckless Saint King. At this moment, the demon ape's body shrank again. An even more violent aura surged from his body. This was his second transformation. His eyes were as red as blood, and the demonic power on his body surged wildly. He smashed down with the stick. The void showed signs of being smashed open. Chapter 2436. Behind the monk, Buddhist light circled around him as a huge Buddha appeared. Light shone behind the Buddha's head as he clasped his palms together. His face was filled with compassion, as if he had transcended the mortal world. The sacred Buddhist light shone brightly, forming a realm of its own. Within this realm, the clone of the god race looked at the monk in surprise. His previously disdainful eyes turned serious at this moment. "Om, Ma, and I, Pa, me, Om." The complete 6-syllable mantra appeared, bringing with it a mysterious power that vibrated within the realm. Feeling the power of the 6-syllable mantra, the clone of the god race clasped his hands together. Streaks of divine power circled around his body, forming layers of defense. Even he felt threatened by the 6-syllable mantra, "Merciful Buddha." The monk clasped his palms together, causing the entire realm to vibrate. The power of the 6-syllable mantra was like a raging wave as it swept towards the clone of the god race. Under the horrified expression of the other party, it instantly drowned him. The sacred Buddhist power vibrated within the realm of the Buddha. One could faintly hear the sound of violent energy. Occasionally, one could see flashes of divine light within, but they were quickly extinguished. Even if it was not at the level of a supreme sage, the 6-syllable mantra was still terrifying because it was one of the strongest techniques in the world. After the rumbling Buddhist power gradually calmed down, the clone of the god race within the realm of the Buddha had already disappeared. Boom! When the mysterious phenomenon behind Tyrant disappeared, an intense rumble came from the horizon. A terrifying energy ripple came from the distance. The monk, who had turned his head, happened to see the scene of the demon ape destroying the clone of the god race. He was slightly surprised. After all, that was the clone of the god race, an existence with strong combat power. He could destroy it because he knew that his combat power was strong. He did not expect the demon ape to be so violent as well. Furthermore, the method of destruction was truly shocking. To be able to destroy the clone of the god race in an instant was enough to prove the strength of the two. However, the two who had destroyed the clone did not leave because the Gao, Du Supreme Sage, was still around. At this moment, how could they abandon the Supreme Sage and leave alone? Without any discussion, the two of them charged towards the Gao, Du Supreme Sage without hesitation. It was understandable for the devil ape to have such intentions. However, the monk, who had always acted according to the wind, had actually come over as well. This made the devil ape a little surprised, but it brushed it off with a laugh. This was a real monk. Didn't I tell you to leave? Seeing the two approaching, the injured Gao Do Grand Sage was very displeased. If we're leaving, we'll leave together. The demon ape held his black rod and stood beside the Gao Du Supreme Sage. The black rod's imprint appeared, and a violent Holy King's power surged around him. He was still in his transformed state. That's right. How could you leave without any sense of loyalty? Great Sage, you're not Zichin. Tyrant also came forward. His expression was solemn. Obviously, he was very afraid of the divine race, but he had no intention of retreating. Nonsense. This is the God Clan. You will lose your life. Gao Do Supreme Sage was very moved, but more than that, his heart was filled with regret. It didn't matter if he died, because he should have died long ago. He had lived long enough. However, if these two geniuses were implicated, it would be a huge loss to the Life Star. Great Sage, please don't say that. It's a good deal to exchange my life for yours. Tyrant licked his lips and said, I'm already a dying man. You are the future of the Life Star. Gao Do Supreme Sage said, Great Sage, you think too highly of us. Although this monk is very excited, it won't change our determination to stay. Tyrant held the demon, subduing Pestle tightly. His expression gradually calmed down and even became merciful. This was a sign that he was going to attack. Don't be fooled by the fact that this monk is usually frivolous. Once he gets into a fight, he is a true Buddhist. Besides, even if we die, that bastard will take revenge for us. Don't worry, Great Sage. If this monk dies here today, this guy won't live either. I believe in him. You talk too much nonsense. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the divine race. Let's fight. Tyrant's body surged with Buddhist light. His expression was merciful. His hands were quickly forming seals, and a huge Buddha appeared behind him. Although the Buddha this time was the same as before, there were as many as 6 light wheels behind him. The Buddhist light shone, forming a domain that enveloped the divine race, Gao Do and the demon ape. Amitabha Buddha is merciful. The Buddha put his palms together and chanted. His merciful voice echoed in the domain. Streams of Buddhist power entered the bodies of the great sage and the demon ape. Their auras rose once again. At the same time, some Buddhist power landed on the divine race, causing him to feel immense pressure. Is this the strongest ability of the Buddhist sect? It's only so. The divine race sneered. Divine power circled around him, and he easily dispersed the Buddhist power. Swoosh! The demon ape's body flashed, and he smashed the black rod at the divine race. As he rushed forward, he stretched out his palm and used the ability to lock down energy. Streams of demonic chi wrapped around the divine race. Bam! However, just as it wrapped around the divine race, it was blasted away by a force. The demon ape suffered a backlash, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the momentum of the black rod in his hand did not decrease. With the sound of wind and thunder, he smashed towards the divine race. The divine race snorted coldly. He stretched out a finger and flicked at the powerful black rod. Boom! The divine power exploded in an instant. The entire domain of Buddhist light began to tremble and distort, becoming unstable. Om. Ma. And I. Ba. Me. Om. Monk's Sanskrit mantra appeared. More Buddhist light flashed, and the trembling domain quickly stabilized. Then, pure Buddhist power swept towards the divine race like a raging wave. The attack that could kill the clone of the divine race just now was ineffective against the divine race at this moment. He stood on the spot without moving. Divine power surged in his fingers, and the demon ape was directly sent flying. At the same time, the Buddhist power that came forward naturally parted in front of him. It could not hurt him at all. Monk's hand seals changed again. The Buddha behind him raised the demon, subduing pestle in his hand, and smashed it towards the divine race. The demon, subduing pestle, was very strong. It shone with boundless Buddhist light. Looking up at the scene, the divine race's face was still full of disdain. He formed a seal with both hands and roared. Apocalyptic divine fist. A fist formed completely from the divine power flew up and met the demon, subduing pestle head-on. Boom! Energy shook. The divine fist exploded. The demon, subduing pestle, was sent flying. At the same time, half of the Buddha's arm disappeared. The divine race was an existence that could kill a supreme sage. No matter how extraordinary the monk and the demon ape were, they were still only sage kings. Such a huge difference in cultivation level could not be made up with such techniques. It was more appropriate. The divine race's techniques were not weak. In fact, they were very strong. Luo Jian. While the two were attacking, Supreme Sage Gao Du had been forming seals. His hand seals changed quickly, but the time it took to form them was very long. As the two delayed, the last seal in his hand fell. The divine power of the Supreme Sage in his body gathered in front of him like waves. The divine power of the Supreme Sage formed a watery ball of light in front of him. The ball of light kept trembling as if there was a life form trying to force its way out. The ball of light quickly twisted and turned into a sharp spike. Like an extended ray of light, it pierced toward the divine race. The ball of light was still trembling. The spike extended forward at a very fast speed. Swoosh! The divine race's figure moved quickly and dodged the incoming attack. But soon his expression changed. He watched as the sharp spike changed direction in midair. It moved at an even faster speed. Like a spirit snake, it wrapped itself around the god race clansman from behind. After trapping the divine race, Supreme Sage Gao Du's expression did not change. He formed another seal. The divine power of the Supreme Sage in his body separated again. It turned into a long sword in midair and flew toward the divine race, trapped in front of him. Slash! With a loud shout, the long sword stood on the divine race's neck. Then it exploded. Energy shook around the divine race, making it impossible to see what was happening. The monk and the demon ape stared ahead. Once there was any abnormality, they would immediately attack. Gao Du's face was as white as a sheet of paper. In just 2 short attacks, he had consumed a lot of energy. His breathing became heavy as he looked ahead with some anticipation. The energy in front of him dissipated. The divine race appeared. He was still trapped, and there were no injuries on his body. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with a disdainful smile. "You want to kill me with such an attack?" As soon as he finished speaking, the energy on the divine race's body surged. The divine power of the supreme sage instantly exploded. Gao Du's heart sank to the bottom. He knew it was time to make a choice. His black hair moved without wind. The last energy on his body began to surge. Once again, he formed a mudra with both of his hands. The 2 streams of light appeared and quickly wrapped around the monk and the devil ape, binding their bodies tightly. In the next moment, the light carried the 2 into the distance. The monk's Buddha domain also dissipated at this moment. Trying to run, a cold light flashed in the divine race's eyes. He chased forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 more streams of energy appeared from Gao Du's body. They wrapped around the divine race. The speed of the attack was so fast that even the divine race could not dodge in time. He was trapped again. The monk and the demon ape had already disappeared. The 2's cries for the supreme sage echoed in the sky. "Hurry up and run," the Gao Du supreme sage said. At the same time, he rushed toward the trapped divine race. Boom! The energy that wrapped around the divine race exploded. The divine race appeared. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The divine power in his hand condensed into a long sword. Poof! He changed his body and dodged the supreme sage's attack. The weapon in his hand pierced Gao Du's heart, completely piercing through his body. The Gao Du supreme sage threw himself forward, knocking the divine race down. Both of them crashed to the ground. Chapter 24:37. The Gao Du supreme sage hugged the body of the god race, being tightly as the 2 of them fell towards the ground. In the process of falling, his life force was dissipating. The blood of the supreme sage dripped from the wound and dyed the body of the god race being red. In the distance, monk and the rest had already run far away. However, they could clearly see this scene through their spiritual senses. Their faces were filled with pain. A supreme sage had fallen right in front of their eyes. Boom! The body of the Gao Du supreme sage exploded. The god race being turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, chasing after monk and the devil ape. His speed was extremely fast, even surpassing the speed of Zichin when he was using extreme speed. When the 2 of them who were running sensed the aura of the god race being, their faces changed. The devil ape who was rushing forward stopped and turned around to face the god race being. He did not say anything, but his actions spoke for themselves. "If you leave, I'll stop. I have the strongest defense in the world and can hold on for a long time." Monk came before the devil ape and grabbed him, wanting to throw him into the distance. Even the strongest defense is useless. This is the god race, the devil ape said in a deep voice. He broke free from Monk's hand, but was determined not to leave. Monk looked at the stubborn devil ape and sighed. However, he did not run away either. Even the Gao Du supreme sage was dead. Who could fight against such a god race being? Whoever stayed behind would die. If he were to leave now, the devil ape would definitely die here. If he were to stay and the devil ape left, with his strongest defense, the devil ape might still have a chance of survival. However, the devil ape was determined not to leave. He would rather die than leave. Coming to Lightning Divine Palace is fraught with danger. Seems like this is fate. Since that's the case, let us face our fate together. Monk and the devil ape stood side by side as they looked at the approaching god race being. The demonic ape's eyes turned increasingly red. The demonic aura around his body surged crazily as a powerful aura was released from him. Monk took out his demon, vanquishing pestle as the Buddha behind him appeared once again. He looked at the god race, being benevolently with a smile. Insolent ant. A cold glint flashed across the god race being's eyes as the power of God in his body surged, forming a huge wave that swept towards the two of them. Faced with this surging power of God, the two of them could not react in time as they were swept away by this energy. The gap between the two sides was simply too big, so big that it was unimaginable, so big that it was impossible to escape. The two of them steadied themselves as the god race clansman stood in front of them. He stared at the two of them like a cat playing with a mouse. "I'll give you one last chance to resist. Let me see how much weight you two have." Devil Ape and Tyrant exchanged glances. They both knew their fates. When they turned around again, their eyes were filled with determination. After the second transformation, the black demonic light that shrouded the demonic ape's body turned red, as if it was blood. An unusually violent aura surged out of his body. The red light continued to rise and turned into the shape of a tall, blood-red sky-splitting battle ape, which enveloped the devil ape's body. The black rod, which should have been in the hands of the demonic ape, was now in the hands of the blood-colored, sky-splitting battle ape. Its berserk aura was filled with danger. Interesting. Seeing the demonic ape's transformation, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the god's mouth. Amitabha. Tyrant's expression became compassionate. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. A huge Buddha appeared behind him. Tyrant had seen the scene before, so he was not surprised. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Punishing evil and eliminating evil. A cold and indifferent voice came from Tyrant's mouth. His compassionate expression turned cold in the next moment. The Buddha's light around his body also changed at this moment. It became terrifying, deep, and no longer compassionate. The deep energy light behind him formed another Buddha, but this Buddha did not have the slightest bit of compassion. It was as if it had been invaded by an evil spirit. It stared at Tyrant with its cold eyes. It was very evil. The energy light on Tyrant's body also changed at this moment. One side of him was golden and shrouded in the Buddha's light, while the other side became deep and evil. This was the combination of good and evil. He was the real good and evil monk. Amitabha, accept your death. The first voice was compassionate, but it was followed by cold resentment. The two Buddha's Dharma bodies formed hand seals and raised their palms to strike at Tyrant. At the same time, the good and evil monk's body was shrouded in the Buddha's light energy of good and evil, providing the strongest defense. Swoosh! On the other side, the blood-red demon ape followed closely with a black staff in hand. Two large palm prints fell from the sky. In each of the palm prints, there was a swastika character. Buddha's light swirled around it, exuding a powerful aura. Too weak. Tyrant shook his head when he saw the two large palm prints. It was unknown if he was referring to the opponent's low cultivation level or their weak attacks. He raised his hand and threw out two punches. Two beams of divine fist light shot up into the sky and collided with the palm prints. Boom! Boom! The Buddha's light palm prints exploded one after another. Violent energy surged and instantly destroyed the arms of the two Buddhas. At the same time, it dispersed the Buddha's domain. Following that, the demon ape passed through the violent energy and arrived in front of Tyrant. The black staff in his hand smashed down at Tyrant's head. Tyrant raised his hand to block as the power of divinity swirled around his palm. Pa! The black staff smashed down and a powerful force exploded in an instant. The power of divinity swirling around his palm dissipated in an instant. At the same time, his palm bent due to the tremendous force. The black staff smashed down and hit Tyrant's head, sending him flying. Blood flowed from the corner of the Tyrant's mouth. This was the first time he had been injured. Damn thing, I want you dead. The Tyrant wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked indifferently at the demon ape. He transformed into a beam of divine light and arrived in front of the demon ape. He threw a punch at the demon ape. The blood-red demon ape did not back down and smashed down with the black staff in his hand again. Boom! The fist and the staff collided and the energy vibrated. The black staff in the blood-red demon ape's hand flew out. The attack of the divine fist did not decrease and landed on the blood-red demon ape again, causing it to dissipate. However, the power of this attack was greatly reduced. The demon ape's true body appeared. Die! The tyrant roared and threw another punch. It penetrated the demon ape's heart. The demon ape's ferocious expression froze at this moment. He felt a powerful force enter his body and then into his consciousness, forcefully destroying his soul. In his red eyes, the spiritual light was dissipating and his life was disappearing. Before he died, he looked at the tyrant in front of him with a calm expression. There was no fear of death. He even raised the corner of his mouth to the tyrant. It was a smile. Then a beam of light condensed from his body and landed on the tyrant. "I will wait for you," the demon ape said calmly to the tyrant. This was his last sentence. After saying it, his life was gone. Boom! The power of divinity exploded and the demon ape's body exploded. Blood rained down and there was no corpse left. The tyrant saw the demon ape die, but his expression was calm. He did not feel too much grief because he would soon follow in the demon ape's footsteps. He looked at the rain of blood and the cold tyrant of the tyrant. He, who was the combination of good and evil, put his palms together. Amitabha. The Buddha's voice reverberated in the surroundings. At this moment, the Buddhas of good and evil put their palms together and chanted the Buddha's name in unison. The Buddhas, who were surrounded by Buddha's light, were still merciful and compassionate at this moment. As for the Buddha of evil thoughts, he was no longer ferocious. He seemed to be showing signs of transforming into a Buddha, from a demon to a Buddha. Around the monk, the energy of good and evil were changing at this moment. There were even signs of them fusing together. Amitabha. The tyrant put his palms together, and a strong light shone from his body. A strong Buddha's power surged and formed an even bigger swastika. This swastika appeared in front of him and shone with Buddha's light. Then the two Buddhas behind him turned into energy and rushed towards the swastika. The swastika, which was surrounded by Buddhist light, emitted two types of intense light after fusing the good and evil Buddhas. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. The Buddha's name rose again and the swastika moved forward, heading straight for the tyrant of the gods. An interesting attack. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low. The tyrant of the gods stepped forward and smirked. He punched forward. The swastika trembled under the punch, but did not shatter. The tyrant of the gods punched again, and the swastika exploded. Buddha's light surged in all directions, causing the surrounding space to distort rapidly. The tyrant of the gods stepped forward and passed through the source of the violent energy. He arrived in front of the tyrant. Since you want to merge these two souls, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine light on his body surged. He pointed at the tyrant of the gods. The tyrant of the gods was suppressed by the tyrant of the gods' power and immobilized him. In the next moment, his finger left the tyrant's forehead. Two rays of light twined around his fingertip. Within the two rays of light, there were two monks. They were his good and evil souls. The tyrant was the combination of good and evil. He had two souls in his body. As the two souls were dragged out, the tyrant's eyes immediately lost their luster. Divine power surged out from the tyrant of the god's fingertip. The divine power landed on the tyrant's two souls, causing the two souls to distort and forcefully merge together. Ah! The tyrant of the tyrant's painful roar rang out from the two souls. This kind of fusion was violent and would never succeed. The only possibility it could bring was destruction. The fusion lasted for 10 breaths of time. After that, the tyrant's soul could no longer control the destructive aura brought about by the forced fusion. With a boom, it exploded and dissipated from the world. The tyrant of the gods also lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Another ray of energy shot out from the tyrant of the gods' fingertip. The ray landed on the tyrant's body, causing it to explode. The tyrant of good and evil had fallen. The same scene was playing out in the 8th floor of the Lightning Divine Palace. Zi Qin entered the main hall that was summoned. Upon entering, he saw 2 rows of statue guards. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and prepared himself for battle. However, these statue guards did not revive. This caused him to be slightly surprised. He arrived at the front of the main hall. In the next moment, he would be able to push open the door and enter. However, at this moment, he suddenly recalled the words of the lightning ancestor. He did not enter the main hall directly. Instead, he walked to the side.